sorry, 6 minutes in the first quarter. There's already 28-0. Right before we left, I looked up and he picked off a pass and ran it. So it was 30-some to nothing, and that game was already over.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that unfortunately you do run into that. The other scores they've got is Bishop Watterson out of Columbus beat Toledo Central Catholic. We talked a little bit, 19-14. And then this was an upset. Powell, Olentangy Liberty down by Columbus upset Archbishop Moeller out of Cincinnati 28-14.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We talked about this when I sat in was Moeller. Where you hadn't really heard about Moeller for a while. And they were a powerhouse for years and years. I mean, they're suiting up 100-some kids, and as a matter of fact, I send our condolences to the Fouts family because Jerry Fouts, who was the longtime coach there, who stepped up and coached Notre Dame, he just recently passed away. And a friend of mine, Nate Boyd, played for him. And great guy, but we talk about coaches going into the college level, and I think that just was they saw how big Moeller was, and I think that they thought he could handle. But that's a whole different ball game when you go from high school to college. It's just too much.
Yeah, we're going to get to some of the other interesting coaching that occurred. We've got going over that was the high school slate. Obviously, the ones left to play high school today. You can watch Coldwater at Kirkland. That's going to be a great game. Coldwater. These are two traditional powers at the Division 6 level. Kirkland is always in there. And
absolutely. Them and Coldwater. They're always deep in it. Absolutely.
Too. So they go at it today at 10:30, and then 3:00 today, Liberty Center will take on Ironton, and then Indian Valley will take on Sandusky Perkins, and that's the 7:30 game.
Well, the Liberty Center, that was the team that South Range had to go and play, and Jim Craven and I called it on our station, and I want to tell you something. Wow. You want to talk about...
They blew out South Range.
They blew out South Range. The strength, and that's something that I pointed out to Jim. Watching their linemen, and again, South Range is a great team. I'm not knocking at them. But the amount of strength that Liberty had, they threw them around like rag dolls, Pat. I was absolutely shocked. These guys were so strong. It wasn't that they were speed or anything. It's just that defense and offensive line, they just manhandled them up front. And unfortunately, South Range couldn't get going. So now they go in, and I believe they have maybe one loss or they're undefeated against Ironton. That, I think, is going to be the game of the whole playoffs. I really think, and again, listen to these teams that are in there. These are teams that keep coming back and back and back years after years after years. So I'll tell you what, that's the game that I'd like to watch that or listen to that. I think that's going to be it could be a slugfest, but I want to tell you something. I saw Liberty Center, and I never watched Ironton, but just watching them do it that, and then we all know about Ironton. I mean, they're in there quite a bit. So I think that's going to be the game to watch, personally.
Yeah, that sounds like you said, you actually got to see Liberty Center up front. And they beat a very good South Range team.
Yes, absolutely.
And, they beat them soundly. It was not a close game, which I was surprised when I saw that score. I was watching. I was like, wow, this team must be, the real deal, sort of to speak.
They were.
Looking at the college ranks last night, there were two college games. Ashton Genty, who is the Heisman Trophy candidate, showed you why he is a Heisman Trophy candidate. He probably won't win the Heisman Trophy, but he rushed for 209 yards and propelling Boise State over UNLV for the Mountain West title 21-7, which means Boise State will go on, get to the final 12, which they will announce tomorrow, probably around 12:30, like they do every Sunday after these games are over. So we'll get to the college slate because there's some interesting games. The other game that doesn't have any playoff impact, though, Army did soundly beat Tulane last night. I believe it was 28-7. Don't hold me to that score, but Army pretty much dominated the game. Very good team, discipline. It has a throwback. They like to run the ball, and I know that sometimes, like, you think of the old 70s, they run the option with the ball, like Archie Griffin, Corny Green, and Pete Johnson when I was in college come to mind. So Army had a big win, but unfortunately they're not in consideration for the final 12.
Yeah, they run. I watched them at Notre Dame, and they run it. What's called a flex bone, and what it is it's two wingbacks and a fullback, and that's you get a lot of misdirections out of that. But the problem is they can't throw the ball. So I'm sure that Notre Dame went in there and said, just stay in your position. Don't get combo block linebackers, and you got to read the football. Don't read the players coming in there. You got to look for that ball, and they did. And I'll tell you what, and Army did a good job. They moved the ball, but Notre Dame was they were just out coached. And again, it's Notre Dame going against Army. Nothing against anybody, but they were ready for them, and you're just not going to be able to run constantly against Notre Dame.
Yeah, the score, I correct myself on the score. It was Army 35, Tulane 14. So I believe it was 28-7 half. But Army pretty much dominated that game. UNLV never really in the game with Boise State. Boise State got up 21-0, and then UNLV scored a touchdown, 7 minutes and change left in the fourth quarter. Maybe a glimmer of hope of maybe getting in, but problem is they just could not really stop Boise State and Genty. So I mean,
and we talked about Boise, and we were discussing before we went on air. Realize people that YSU used to play Boise State. Now look what they're doing. I mean, a few years ago, they maybe more when they played Oklahoma, and they said, "Oh, Boise ain't got a shot or a prayer in that game." They won that game.
They won it. Yeah.
They won it, and it was a bowl game, and that was massive. That was a massive win for them. So look how they have progressed. That's what I want to see at our hometown and our teams, to be able to grab these guys and get them back to where we need to be so we can be competitive. Because right now, we're not going to be able ever to move up with the records that we're getting. So I'm hoping that they get and recruit better and get some of these players in, and let's get us back to where we need to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, of getting up or moving up classes in college, getting from, and that's the thing they're really struggling with college football now is you're almost like you've got the Miamis and the Bowling Greens and that level, and maybe the Marshalls.
Yeah.
They're just that step below the big teams.
It was almost like Division 1A and Division 1 AA,
right?
Which how they used to say it.
Right.
Then you had everybody was underneath that, so we know about that just because of YSU and the Trestle here, because we were all 1 AA. And you're absolutely right, 100%. Yeah, you just you got to make that step up, and you got to make a move. Now, on the other hand, again, this is why Saban's gone, and he talks about it. Is this basically open enrollment? Is what it is. You could play 1 year for Saban and then you go play for Texas, or you could go to Nebraska, and there's where the problem lies. And that's why he's flat out will tell you that's why I got out.
Well, the problem you ultimately run into, to make it even worse, is you have now you throw the NIL involved with the transfer portal, which these kids can jump in and out. We're going to get to Ohio State and Ryan Day here in a bit.
Yeah.
Because we want to kind of break that down, that situation. But the bottom line you have now, and we also have Bill Belichick interviewing for the North Carolina football job, which kind of makes no sense. Belichick must really want to get back into coaching in the worst way, because, I'd be interested to see if he gets an NFL job, because right now we have 3 openings in the NFL. You've got the New York Jets looking for a coach, which that again, do you really want to go to do a dysfunctional team like the New York Jets? The New Orleans Saints will obviously, they're going to be looking for a coach, and that's going to get interesting, is because that just place has just been kind of almost the graveyard of coaches. Well, Peyton left,
Yeah,
and they just seem to inherently, they struggle so much. So again, then your rumor is there's going to be, we always talk about Black Monday on this show, and there's going to obviously be more openings in the NFL. There's been, could it be 6 or 7? People think that the Vegas
I get you.
Raiders.
It's always going to be Oakland in my eyes.
Yeah, they're always still, it's like the San Diego Chargers.
Yeah, always San Diego. You got it.
They're always going to be the San Diego Chargers. So that's going to be, will the Raiders be on the block? The only thing I always say to that, Davis is kind of a cheap owner. I don't know if he wants, because he's going to probably have to pay. Pierce. I think he had a 3-year contract. So at the end of the day, where you're going to run into is you're just going to run into these coaches having to pay these guys not to coach.
Yeah.
And the NFL owners, I mean, they do have a lot of money, but some of them don't have the cash flow you think they have.
Look at Cleveland Browns, what's happened to them throughout the years. Get rid of this. I mean, it was just a revolving door. He isn't even done with his contract. We're going to bring somebody else in. We got to finish another year or two of this contract, and before that happens, we've fired the next coach. So it's just, it's a little bit, it's a bit of a mess. And I'm going to throw a little wrench in this. You're talking about these, these teams that need coaches. I'll tell you what, there's a coach that's out there that I just love, and I still don't understand it, is Vrabel. I love Vrabel as a coach. I think he's a great coach. I just think injuries and everything happened to him, and he got tossed around. But I really like him because I heard through the grapevine, we're not going to go back to college right now, but if something happens today, they're thinking about him maybe taking that over.
See,
those are hearsays.
Yeah, the other NFL job that was also opening is the Chicago Bear one.
Yeah, that's
that was the first time they've ever fired a coach in midseason, and obviously due to that Thanksgiving Day debacle,
yeah,
you should have at least had a time. You had the timeout left to let the clock expire. Matt Evilflus is obviously unemployed because of that. Now the Bears go back, and they're gonna have to go out and find a coach. I don't think that's. I see. There's certain places that just are not, to me, coach friendly.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
In the NFL,
100%.
The Jets are on top. They might be the top because of the way the structure is. You don't report to the GM.
Yeah,
the coach reports directly to the owner, and the GM report to the owner.
Okay, and what team does that happen to who's now falling on their face? Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas.
Dallas is the prime example of what you just talked about. Dallas, I just don't get it. And I've said that. Jerry shouldn't be down there. Be up in your box. Don't say nothing. If you're hiring somebody, just like a head coach, when I hired Tommy Noble and Todd Smith and some of those guys, here's what you're to do. Here's what I'm going to tell you. Get the job done. But as a head coach, well, I'll say owner, I shouldn't be telling you. I've hired you. I trusted you. Now, if you're not getting it done, I understand. But if you're, you got to give these guys a chance. And Jerry Jones is just he's too verbal for his team. And he doesn't let these coaches coach. His mistake was getting rid of Jimmy Johnson. I still say Johnson was the best fit for there.
Well, and that's the sad part. When you look back at it, and this is the thing that scares you with time, is because they're going on almost 30 years now. That happened in 1995 was the last time, Dallas got into the Super Bowl and beat Pittsburgh in 96 Super Bowl, but that was the 95 season. You're coming up on 30 years, or I think if you do math, it is 30 seasons. So they have not been a factor. they've not even made it to a conference final in 30 years. And obviously this year, this team's not going anywhere either.
No.
You could see the flaws on this team. Some of that, though, a lot of people believe, and rightfully so, that Jones didn't do anything off season. He didn't go out and get the running back like he should have. Everybody kept saying, you need to go out and get yourself a running back to help, with Dak Prescott, open up the passing game, but you need to establish a run. They never did that. And they've had problems. They've had injuries. And now Zach Martin, the all-pro guard, is out for the season. But they've been a wreck pretty much since. So,
yeah. And they brought Zeke back.
Right.
Which makes no sense.
And he spent Zeke's better days are definitely behind him but Zeke's pushing, I believe, 30 years old, and in the run, and usually your running back.
Yeah, I was going to say running back.
They don't have a lot of tread left on those tires at 30 anymore. So
you're right.
Jones didn't do anything, and part of the problem is, and I see it with the New York Giants, and a lot of Giant fans are obviously like me, just Mara's not going to fire Shane, the GM. He's not going to fire Dable, and that's all right. But next year, you're going to roll these two guys out. The team's not very good on paper. You're going to be back to the same 4 or 5 win team next year if they're lucky. So it'll be another lost season for the New York Giants. And then ultimately, he will fire them maybe at the end of next year. And a lot of people are saying, well, if you really believe that's going to be the case, fire them now. But he doesn't want to get into firing the GM and the coach. That'll be 3 years for the GM and the coach, and he wants to at least give them another chance. So he will give them another chance. But the chances of the New York Giants being really any better than they are this year is nil, because bottom line is, you see the team, it's not even a good team. Shane, the GM, has been there 3 years. Mm-hmm. I've said this time again, you have not seen the team improve. Personnel has not improved in 3 years. I would think if you're the GM and you're the fans, you can at least see some kind of an improvement. And I'll even go back in time when they hired George Young back in the late 70s, in 79. What you saw there, who may be a Hall of Famer GM, great GM,
right?
You could see the team improve. After a year or two, they were terrible in 79. 80 wasn't so great. But then 81, they got the playoffs. You could see that in the third year, the team started to improve. 82 was a strike year, throw it out. But the point is, you could see this team evolve. Right now, if you're a Giant fan, you're not seeing this team evolve. In fact, you're seeing it go backward.
Regress.
You could blame the old GM Gettleman, but at the end of the day, Shane's now in his third year, and this is a lost season. They've got 2 wins, and there's a good possibility the New York Giants are going to win another game this year.
Well, you're talking about somebody who is a diehard Browns fan.
Right.
So believe me, I understand. Now, are they doing better? They sure are. They're getting it done. Heck of a game the other day.
Right.
I mean, that was a magnificent game. Again, they couldn't pull it out, but it looked like the Browns of old. Now, is that the answer? Don't know. I can't tell you that. But I'm sorry to say, you got 2 more years of garbage, and that's what it is. Because you're going to sit him, or you going to bring him back, or are you going to try to? I think they said $64 million next year.
He has a dead cap hit. Here's your problem with Deshaun Watson. I have a good friend who is a Browns fan, and we talk every week, and we have this conversation endlessly. Oh my God. And we talk about this. I should know these numbers in the back of my head because I'm always the problem you have with Deshaun Watson right now with the cap hit. And they restructured the contract, which people don't understand why either. But the cap hit would be $72 million. However, your dead cap hit next year, if they release him, is $172 million dead cap hit. Russell Wilson had an $85 million dead cap hit with Denver. Now, they got lucky because they drafted Bo Nix, and Bo Nix is obviously, we got to watch him Monday night.
Yeah, he's good.
Fans. He's very good.
Very good.
Peyton's a kind of a we'll just say he's kind of his own guy when he coaches. He's a little surly at times, but he's a great coach. And he brought in Bo Nix, got a great system around Bo Nix. And, he's got Denver playing unbelievable ball now with his guys. I mean, evidently he and Russell Wilson weren't seeing eye to eye. It didn't fit, but he got the quarterback, a rookie, and has really developed Bo Nix. Now, Denver's probably going to get into the AFC playoffs this year. It's probably the 7th seed. They're looking really good now with that big win over Cleveland, even though they got outplayed by Cleveland. Jameis Winston again. It's those interceptions that will come back.
500 yards passing.
Typical Jameis Winston. 500 yards passing, you lose the game, but you had 2 pick sixes.
Yeah, forcing it and should have never forced it.
And he actually had to have a third the third one, but the guy just didn't. He ran out of gas, but he could have had 3 pick six. So
you're right.
That's Jameis Winston getting to your team, the Browns. With the big cap hit and the dead cap money, I don't know how they get out from under that next year, because the year after that, it goes to $99 million. So 2025 dead cap hit is $172. After that, it's 2026 dead cap is $99. The cap hit, now there's dead cap money, but the cap hit for the next 3 years is $72 million. For 3 years, they have a $72 million cap hit because of Deshaun Watson's contract, which is it's hamstrung your team. You think of all the capital you traded away, and you built Houston's team up, and now Cleveland. And then the sad part, I see Cleveland has a good offensive line, unlike the New York Giants, who have not had an offensive line for 10 years. And that's what continues to haunt the New York Giants, is because they drafted Saquon Barkley with a bad line. He played actually pretty good in lieu of a bad line. Now they let him go out the door down to Philly, and you could see how great of a player he is. Yeah. With a good offensive line, he's basically flourishing.
Yeah, but that's any running back, Pat. You got again, Cleveland right now, they're a great pass offensive line. They are. Look what they're doing against the run. Poor Nick Chubb, he can't get going. Is that the play calling? Because you're trying, if I'm running in their terms of today, if running zone left and all they're doing is just running left, he stays left. Very seldom do I see him plant his, if they're zoning left, he should plant that left foot and come back around. I never see that with him. I don't know if they make a play call and that's what he has to run, but he should be looking for that opening around the backside, because he's running into a wall that he can't get through. And that's no disrespect for Nick. I think he's done a magnificent job in what he has done to come back. And people are excited. I'm excited for him. I think he's good for another, and I'm going to say it, probably another 2 or 3 years. I got to think he's going to be healthy enough. You never hear him rah-rah. He's on his sidelines, straight as an arrow. He's stone cold, because all he wants to do is go in. You never hear him jumping up and down. They interview him. It's short, sweet, never say, I'm here to do a job. Yeah. If you had more players in the NFL that were like that, oh my gosh, just think how that would go. I mean, it'd be amazing, because now you'd have all these teams playing hard and doing ever. In the Cleveland game, the one receiver for Pittsburgh, he was ripping what's his name, the helmet off. Pickens. That's bullcrap, because he's another one of those receivers that Pittsburgh's got, stomps their feet, and then eventually they're going to toss him out, like they've done many receivers before him. And then when they get rid of him, what do? Nothing. They falter. So it's
well, the Pittsburgh will find another. They always find another receiver.
Well, absolutely, they
draft one. They find one. Where did this guy come from? It's like wide receiver. They just go out, and it's like
100% right. I agree.
So, getting back though with Cleveland, what will you do with a quarterback situation next year? Because now people believe Watson has played his last down for Cleveland. I don't know. I know we've had this conversation a lot, because it seems like in the NFL, they always find ways of figuring out the dead cap hits. Yeah. His dead cap hit is just unbelievably brutal at 172. I don't know if they can get out from under that, because at least fans believe he will not play another down for Cleveland. Now he has the ACL, I believe, so he will be out all of next year or part of next year because it's a year injury. So even by the time Watson is going to be able to come back and play, fans don't even want him to play. Now fans don't make the call, but even the team has to realize it doesn't seem like he's got anything left in the tank, and that's the problem. You have a big contract, and basically a player can't perform to the contract.
Right.
That's the first quarter's in the books. Bob Gessler with me, Pat Lucia. We'll be back after a quick timeout.
Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it.
The Mahoning Valley Federals is the area's minor league football team. After only 2 years in existence and an appearance in the league playoff semifinal game, the Federals are looking to add Valley High School and college talent to help take the next step toward a league championship. For more information on how to become part of the Federals' journey, go to Facebook at the Mahoning Valley Federals Developmental Football Team or contact General Manager John Galbraith at 330-540-1099. The Mahoning Valley Federals, honoring the football tradition in the Valley.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship. So why do they play?
My reason why is friendship.
Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Ohio High School Athletic Association.
Saturday morning sports page, quarter number 2, Western Reserve Radio, 330-707-4202, Pat Lucia. And I'm joined with Bob Gessler, filling in admirably for Dave.
I enjoy it.
We have fun. Yes, before I made the error, Watson has the Achilles that he blew out, not the ACL.
Yeah.
Even though
Either or,
they're out. Usually it's a year.
Oh, at least
a year.
Yeah, with the Achilles.
And you see this year with Aaron Rodgers. Coming off that Achilles, he's 41 years old, just turned 41. He's not the same player. Will he ever be the same player? We don't know. Let's hit the phones. You're on the sports page. What's up?
Good morning, Pat. Good morning, Bob. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Good morning, sir.
Irish Mike.
Well, we're finally here, Lucia. We finally made it to the end of the college football season.
College football season is
championship Saturday.
It is. Finally, it's upon us. Good. Yeah, we got a lot to get to. We have a few games to pick. I've got 6 games on the docket that we'll get to and pick. So, yes.
What were your thoughts heading in today? Obviously, they'll come out with the final. Now, the College Football Playoff Committee does not seed teams, right? They just give you rankings 1 through 25, and then you have to fill in the dots as we go along based upon the fact that, there's automatic qualifiers in the top 4. The Big Ten champion, the SEC champion. It looks like Boise State's definitely going to be in the top 4, though.
Yeah, Boise State will make it.
SMU and or Clemson, right?
Right. It'll probably be Boise State. In all probability,
looking very likely like that, and either SMU or the winner of the Arizona State-Iowa State game.
Right. And that's kind of what you've got the Iowa State, Arizona State game. And then that one's at noon today. And then you have you also have, Miami of Ohio playing Ohio, but the other games of note would be the noon game, Iowa State, Arizona State is noon, and then the 4:00 Georgia, Texas. Both teams are in though. Penn State, Oregon is 8:00. Both teams are technically in, but the game of note, and this is where the controversy is just lying, is the Clemson and SMU game. All that chatter about if Clemson wins, what happens to SMU? Do they throw them out because they only have one loss, or do they get in, but then they have to probably put Alabama out? And that's where the controversy is saying, do you want to get with the SEC school Alabama, or do you take a 2-loss SMU team over on Alabama? And that's where everything lies. It looks like, at least from all preliminary discussion, it looks like Ohio State is going to get a home game opening round. It looks like Tennessee. That's just what
I've been told by somebody that knows that it'll either be one of two teams is going to come into Columbus. If SMU loses, one of two teams is going to play in Columbus on that following weekend. Either the Tennessee Volunteers or the Alabama Crimson Tide. It'll be one of those two schools, I heard.
So they're either going to get Tennessee or Alabama in Columbus. So that's
what I've been told.
Yeah.
It'll be one of those two schools.
So that
unless something drastically happens today that shakes us all up in the next 18 hours.
Right.
All right, or next 12 hours. Whatever.
Yeah, I guess it would be the next, 12 hours.
Yeah,
right.
12 hours by midnight tonight,
Yeah, by midnight tonight, at least we'll have. And I think the game that, of all the games out there, the game everybody seems to be focusing today is the Clemson SMU game. Because all these other games...
Yeah, it means nothing.
It's really nothing. I mean, if Penn State pulls an upset and beats Oregon, okay, Penn State would win, and then they would get the first round bye. Then Oregon would be playing in the first round. They would probably play where Penn State was supposed to play.
Oregon would drop to the 5 seed, correct? Yes.
Okay.
Oregon would be the 6th.
So they would be 60. Now, it looks like Notre Dame has that number 5 seed locked up. And that's the best seed of the, if you're going to have it. I mean, when you break this.
Actually, right now, they're 6 seed. If Notre Dame wants the 5th seed, I think what has to happen tonight is Oregon has to beat Penn State.
Which will probably happen.
I'm not going to use the word convincing fashion, Pat Lucia. I'm not going to use that word. I'm going to use that Oregon has to beat Penn State in a fashion where when you watch the game that Oregon was clearly the better team. You know what I mean? Like for example, I'll give you, if Oregon jumps out to a 17-0 lead and the final score ends up being Oregon 31, Penn State 20, okay? Then Penn State's going to fall, okay? Because you can't say, well, it was a close game. No, it wasn't a close game. You fell behind 17. I mean, one of those deals. You know, I guess the word they use, guys, is game control, right?
Yeah.
See,
when you watch as a viewer for 3.5 hours and you're impartial, you say that team is clearly better than that team.
Well, and what I see this, and to be honest with you, from what I've seen of Penn State and Oregon, I don't see it's going to be a close game.
No, I think Oregon's going to
I think Oregon is going to win convincingly. I don't think Penn State will. I mean, they'll hang in there.
You're like the 19th person that's told me that in the last 3 days.
Yeah.
And most of the Ohio State fans like you and it's the line's 3.5 though.
I know.
Why?
Well, I don't know.
I want to tell you something. I like Penn State. I think they've done a magnificent job. That coach has really, really brought that team back, and they're strong. I just think Oregon is that much better. But again, Irish Mike, that's why we play games.
You never know.
On paper, it could look all this good, but when it comes time to game time, it could be one mistake, and I've been there, and it could turn the tables and turn the tide on you. So it's going to be interesting. On paper, I really think that Oregon should beat them. But again, that throws a wrench in everything. If that happens.
Because I texted Pat this, Bob.
Yeah.
I would say probably 75% of Notre Dame fans have been surprised over the last 2 weeks that Notre Dame has not jumped Penn State in the polls with the College Football Committee rankings. That especially after they beat USC, Notre Dame played USC and Penn State played USC. USC was down 14 points at halftime to SC, and they won in double overtime by 3 points.
Yeah.
Okay. Where Notre Dame kind of handled their business at USC. When you do that common opponents thing, and especially after the way Georgia Tech played Georgia last week.
Yeah.
A game that I'm sorry, guys. You want to talk about outright cheating a team? Referees made 2 or 3 really bad calls. I think we all agree with that. And if you ask any person watch that game, and I did, who played better, they all say Georgia Tech.
Oh, yeah, Georgia Tech won.
And this is what upsets me about this committee and some of these people on ESPN and Fox. They don't talk about this stuff on TV.
No.
It's like, doesn't anybody look at this and come out and say, come on, guys, what's going on here? Nobody does that. It's like they all gave Georgia credit. And they didn't talk about it. I'm like, what game did these guys watch?
Well, because Georgia, let's face it, Georgia's been up there. Georgia Tech has been nothing in the last few years. They really haven't. They've been average. So, why would we want to put Georgia Tech in there? See, here's where the problem lies. Are you going by wins and losses? Are you going by straight to schedule? Or are you just saying this is the best team? See, I like the playoff system, but I don't like how they're talking right now. Like Ohio State. I mean, they lose to a Michigan team they should have destroyed, but yet they're going to get a home game and they're going to be here, they're going to be there. I'm sorry. I like Ohio State. I'm a Notre Dame fan. I want Ohio State because I live in Ohio. I want that to happen. But I just think the committee looks at Ohio State and says, oh, well, it's Ohio State. We got to have them there because of the TV revenues and the draws. That's the only reason I think that this is happening. It's all about the money, guys. And again,
if you look at if you're very fair and very objective, you look at these when teams lose, like Miami of Florida lost to Syracuse up in the Dome last Saturday night
after being up 3 touchdowns,
right? And when Ohio State lost, they dropped 4. People look around and say, "Wait a second, what made their loss worse than our loss?"
Correct.
Some teams are penalized more than others. Like SMU, like Lucia said, SMU might be penalized the ultimate penalty and be out of the playoffs today. It bothers people when they look around and say, how come some schools are penalized more than others? I mean, I think what came back to hurt Miami is the games against Virginia Tech this year and the Hail Mary that was overturned. Virginia Tech would have won the game when there was no conclusive evidence. Then the next week, I think there was that targeting.
Yes.
We talked about that, Pat, 2 months ago when they played Cal out of Cal. And there was a blatant targeting against the Miami player that would end the game, and nobody called it, and the review didn't review it, and Miami won that game in the last 20 seconds. You know what I mean? So I think people look back at those games 8-9 weeks later and start making judgments on them. But they don't do that to the Georgia Bulldogs, who had 8 overtimes and had 3 bad calls go against Georgia Tech. You know what I'm saying? That's what frustrates people.
Oh, I watched that game. I tell you, I watched every overtime. I was so excited for Tech. I love it. Brought back to Keith Jackson eras when they would come on the field and he'd go, "This is the Ramblin' Wreck from Georgia Tech." I mean,
Notre Dame beat Georgia Tech 31-13. I'm thinking if Georgia Tech beats Georgia, if Notre Dame handles their business Saturday, they're going to jump Penn State on Tuesday.
And they should have.
It didn't happen. Like I said, I'm surprised. I think 75% of Notre Dame fans has been surprised that Notre Dame has not leapfrogged Penn State yet. Now, Penn State fans don't, hey, I don't know if you guys are aware of this. I mean, I don't know if you followed college football this year, but did you know that Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois?
Yes.
Did you know that?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I watched that game. It was sickening.
If you had a dime, Bob, for every time you heard that on ESPN and Fox News, these national broadcasters, you'd be a multi-billionaire right now, wouldn't you?
Right. The thing is they don't. I don't know if they disrespect Marcus Friedman or they just don't want Notre Dame to be back. I don't know what it is, but the man's building a very good program there. And you know what?
Correct.
And you know what? He's not one of them rah guys. Look at me. I mean, he talks about his team. He talks about prayer. I mean, and here's the best part. He was an Ohio State linebacker.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. and Pat and I have talked about this ad nauseum the last year. He's a much better recruiter than Brian Kelly dreamed of being. He likes recruiting.
Oh, that's just
really good.
100% right. Yeah, I mean, they just with all the Notre Dame coaches they had and all the players they had, and they just kept faltering. Now they got Friedman in there, who's really, I mean, he's really picked up that program. I mean, they're amazing, but they until they get
Bob.
What's that?
Years with my connections with people down in South Bend, to follow the team, we've been doing this for 25, 30 years.
Yes.
There's probably 10 to 15 players on the current roster right now that are Notre Dame because of Marcus Freeman. If Brian Kelly was the head coach, they would not be at the University of Notre Dame. That's 100% fact, not an opinion.
No, I agree with you on that one. I do. I agree with you on that one. It's just he's built a program.
When Notre Dame, Bob, had a back like a Jeremiah Love. if he doesn't remind you of Reggie Bush, I don't know who does.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Overall, he has really done a great job. I've been up there a few times, not this year, last year, and over the years, and you could see the difference. Number 0, Xavier Young, his high school coach played for me, Paul Lamongi, in the 7th and 8th grade at St. Brennan's. So when I went up to Notre Dame, was taking pictures of Xavier, sending it to him, and I said, "Look what you have done. Look what you," and you know what? He was so humbled and everything. So these are connections with Notre Dame that it's, it's a part of it. And I laugh at these guys. I said, "You guys had such a good run," and he coaches at Nebraska and stuff. That's where he came from. But I'll tell you what, it's the connection. They have done a magnificent job. Those guys they could have left. Every one of those players could have left. They didn't want to. They wanted to play for Friedman.
Yeah. And obviously, everybody has injuries throughout the year. And I was just telling my wife the other night, obviously you lose your 2 best pass rushers on defensive end on both sides of the ball back in September to a torn Achilles tendon and a torn ACL. So they won't be back till late next spring or early next summer.
Right.
And you lose Benjamin Morse, who's played his last game in Notre Dame. He's not going to come back for his senior year next year. He'll be a number 1 draft pick in April as a cover corner, one of the best lockdown cover corners in the country. You lose him about 6 weeks ago due to hip surgery.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was telling my wife, if we had our roster 100% and ready to go, we're just as good as anybody in the country. We have a very, very legitimate chance of winning a national title.
I agree.
I don't think we have a legitimate shot this year, but I think we can win some playoff games. We'll probably fall a little bit short. But when this roster was 100% healthy and ready to go, they were just as good as anybody in the country.
One thing you have going in your favor this year, and Ohio State fans have going in their favor, is there is no dominant team out there. Like right now, when you look at the landscape of college football, usually prior years it was Clemson, Alabama. All right, it's going to be one of those teams going to win it. That was
like
a no-brainer.
LSU, Pat, in 2019 with Joey Burrow, correct?
Exactly.
Yes.
LSU,
yes.
You saw that. That was the team to beat. They won. Okay. However, when you look at the landscape of college football, and maybe you can attribute the transfer portal, maybe NIL, but the transfer portal has done this, is the Alabamas, the Ohio States, and the Clemsons of the world don't have the depth that they used to, because historically they would have guys 2nd and 3rd round on their depth chart, couldn't go anywhere, and they would stay there. Well, now if you're a 2nd or a 3rd, even in your 3rd on the depth chart, you're transferring to another team because you want to play.
Yeah.
So these linemen, I'm using them as strictly an example, but corner, you name a position. You have these guys, they're not doing that anymore. They're not going to go ahead and sit on a bench when they know they can play.
Well,
that has basically eliminated to some large extent the depth that the powerhouses have had, and now you've got these Boise States and the SMUs of the world.
They're getting the picks.
They're getting, because those players are transferring over to those schools.
Yeah, because they want to play.
Exactly.
Now, going into the season, before the season started, they talked about if Ohio State doesn't win a national championship with the amount of players and the picks they got, they're loaded. And they've really, I'm a State fan. I'm more Notre Dame, but they didn't impress me at all this year.
No.
They're not impressive. That's the way I feel.
The young men who decided to come back last January, and Pat and I talked about this with Dave, none of them were going to be first-round draft picks.
No.
After their junior year, like a Jack Sawyer, for example. He's not a Chase Young or Nick Bosa or Joey Bosa.
Right.
But he's a good, solid football player. He would have been a 3rd-round draft pick. He would have last April.
Sure.
And he came back, and there was probably 5 or 6 others that came back for their senior year this year. And like you said, none of them were first-round draft picks. As Lucia would tell you a million times, if they were first-round draft picks, they would have never came back. I mean, that's just the way it
Well, and I agree with you.
Right. At Notre Dame. He had hip surgery 6 weeks ago. He's out for the year.
Right.
And there's Notre Dame fans out there hoping to come back for a senior year in 2025. Benjamin Morrison's not coming back for a senior year next year. He's going to the NFL because he's a first-round draft pick next April.
Right.
Okay? That's the way that works. Guys that come back for their extra year are guys that are going to be 3rd rounders, 4th rounders, 5th rounders who say, if I have a good year, maybe I can move up another round.
I agree.
Make some NIL money, play another year of college football, and maybe I can move myself up in the draft in the NFL's eyes from a third rounder to a second rounder, or a fourth rounder to a third rounder. That's why they come back.
Right. This field is wide open in my eyes. I don't see one or two. I don't really see 2 or 3 teams dominant. I right now, I look at all these teams, laying on, the breakdown, and I look at it and say, I think any team, as long as they don't get injuries, but if they get playing well and good, that's why Ohio State fans and Ryan Day, you can actually salvage your season or salvage the Michigan loss if they go deep in the playoffs. Like I keep saying this, it's all over their Facebook. Everybody wants to fire him. I said, well, here's your light. And you know what? Here's another news flash for all the people out there. Michigan it might have done Ohio State a favor. You got a bad game out. You got that crappy game out of your system. And
I agree.
You get a week off, and you don't have to play Oregon next week, risking more injury, and you're going to get in the playoffs in all probability. You're going to get a first round. You're going to play in the first round at home anyway. Yeah. So in a roundabout way, that Michigan loss does have a silver lining to it, but I don't see any team jumping out at me and saying, that's why, like Notre Dame, I know you go, well, I don't think Notre Dame, I could see Notre Dame running the table if they're a 5 seed and getting into the semifinals and then be a problem for somebody. Again, a younger team with momentum in their favor. That's why I think this is so wide open this year with any of these teams getting in on a run. And I don't see really 1 or 2. I don't see like Georgia. To me, we've watched them. They look average at best sometimes. Alabama,
Georgia hasn't run the ball. Against anybody.
No, I saw Alabama. I don't know if Alabama belongs. No. They played so bad against Oklahoma at Oklahoma, and Oklahoma, and talk about a flawed team. They lost 24-3. They look terrible.
Has there been anybody in college football today that really has stood out? There isn't any.
None.
That's why when we talk about that running back from Boise, he's probably not getting a shot. Why? Why wouldn't he get a shot at the Heisman? They need to look at him. This kid's running all over them. I don't care who he plays. They play quality teams anyway. See, there's where I get upset with stuff like that. Are you looking at the person and what he has done? Or are you saying, well, he plays Boise and this and that? Well, look at some of these teams that are losing to these smaller schools.
And that's the other thing.
I don't want to hear that.
You could see Boise State make potentially upsetting, and I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Boise State pulls a couple upsets and they end up in the semifinals.
I would love that. The college playoff people would lose their minds if this happens. Some of these smaller schools knock off these big ones because they're as good as these bigger schools.
A lot of it.
And again, that's because of the portal.
That's it.
Now let's think about this though for a second here, okay? And we talked about this. Me, you, and Dave 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago, back in February, March, April, May, in the spring and summer. Because Notre Dame is an independent, okay, and we've known this now 2 years since they came up with this 12-team playoff. Because they're an independent and they do not play in a conference championship game, Notre Dame can never be one of the top 4 seeds, correct?
Right.
We know that.
That's
We've
correct.
known that for 2 years now.
Right.
What's the best they could do is a 5th seed, right? Mm-hmm. You always, Pat, say that's a coveted seed. The 5th seed is where you want to be. And now all the media people have been talking about that the last 6 weeks. ESPN, Fox, everyone's pointing that 5th seed. That's where you want to be. That's where you want to be. And that's the best Notre Dame can do. Now, if Penn State does lose today, and they lose in what could say a convincing fashion, Oregon, Notre Dame's going to end up as the 5th seed. Okay, correct? We agree with that?
Yeah, I think they're going to get it anyway, unless Penn State. Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah.
3 months ago, Pat, when they lost to Northern Illinois at home, right? And you still say, how much could you got in Vegas odds and Notre Dame would still end as the 5th seed? Basically, what I'm trying to tell you, if they end up as the 5th seed, that Northern Illinois game, at the end of the day, meant absolutely nothing except motivating for them the rest of the year.
Right.
It didn't.
Correct.
They're not going to be penalized for it. It didn't cost them anything.
Well, it's only
big fat zero.
Well, like the year Ohio State lost to Virginia Tech at home, and Tech ended up 6-6. Ohio State got in and won the national title earlier this year. Sure. So I mean, yeah, and that's what the way it should be. I know people, because you have the haters out there that just want to see Notre Dame, fail. They don't like Notre Dame.
Absolutely.
And
their big beef is because they're not in a conference. I'm telling you, and it may not happen.
That's a huge beef.
Yes,
not a small beef. That's a huge.
Oh,
beef.
Absolutely. But here's my thing, and it's going to happen eventually. I'm sorry, they're going to get rid of all these championship games, and they are going to split this half and this half, or this quarter and this quarter. There is no championship.
Like the NFL, it'd be the NFL model.
That's exactly what's going to happen, because they're starting to leave too many of these schools out, and unfortunately, these guys are playing it as we talked about. What a go! I want to play football. I'm a second or third stringer, but I know I can play somewhere else. I go and play. All you have to do is watch NFL games. And again, there's a lot of the Purdue's and Ohio State's, but look at some of these ones that come from smaller schools that are making it big in the NFL. I mean, and I think that eventually is going to happen, because it doesn't mean anything. All that does is when you win a conference, it guarantees you a top 4. I think that's bullcrap, because I don't like that. That shouldn't be that way. You're handcuffing a Notre Dame because they're not in a conference and people complain about it. It's baloney.
This is the first year for it. I think it'll evolve. I think it's going to go to 16 teams before we know.
It's going to go to 14 in 2 years. 2026 is definitely going to 14 in 2026.
Goes to 14, and then I think right after that, you'll see 16. And then I think they're going to redo this whole...
Oh, they have to.
They will. This is the first year that they're going to work out the kinks. Let's go ahead and let's do our picks.
Pat, one quick comment, because I want to stay up to the top of the hour real quickly.
Can you stay
to comment about Ohio State a couple of minutes ago?
Yeah.
I went to the classroom on Monday, and people fire Ryan Day, like you said, all over Facebook at 8, 9. They all want to go. 2 years ago, back in November 2022, the Michigan Wolverines came to Columbus and beat Ohio State when Jim Harbaugh was head coach, 45-23. Right, and people are upset. We're not going to make the Final Four. Blah blah blah. It's terrible. Well, that World Cup, and then Michigan beat us in Columbus. Then the next week in the conference championships, there was a couple of upsets we didn't anticipate. USC lost, somebody else lost, and Ohio State snuck in the back doors, the 4th seed. Then they played Georgia in the Dome and totally outplayed Georgia.
And should have won the game.
A game they lost in the last second field goal. A game they probably should have won. Poor officiating, the Marvin Harrison helmet to helmet, no call, etc. Okay. Yeah. Had Ohio State beat Georgia, they would have mopped up TCU and they would have won the national championship.
Oh yeah. I agree.
I tell the kids in school on Monday, what's different now than 2 years ago? You still have 4 games ahead of you. That's all. You still have the opportunity. It's not taken away from you. And it almost happened 2 years ago, what you're all complaining about now.
Right. No, you're 100% right. And that's the thing. Day and Ohio State can resurrect the season if they basically win and get in. And they can. I mean, you can't, because there's no dominant team. I mean, Ohio State to me has the talent to win a national title. It's just basically, can they go out and perform and do it?
They're not dominating anybody.
But there's no dominant team out there that I could say is a clear-cut favorite. Like right now, if Ohio State, if you put Ohio State up against all these teams, what do you think the point spread would be? I mean, right now, the point spread would probably be within 5 points one way or another. Easily. But I'd say that with Notre Dame.
Kids came back, Pat, when they came back last January, there was 5 or 6 kids who people thought were going to go to the NFL in the last draft last year, be 3rd, 4th, 5th round draft picks. They had 3 goals: beating Michigan, winning the Big Ten, and winning a national championship. Well, unfortunately, 2 of those goals have not been met. But the biggest goal is still out there for them.
And that's the whole thing. The whole thing I say to this is I said, you know what, to be honest with you, and that if they go on, if Ohio State would put it together and win the national title, nobody would
care about the Michigan game.
Exactly. You won't care about Michigan. You won't care about a Big Ten title.
Right, but they put too much stress on beating Michigan. Would you rather them lose every game and beat Michigan and you people would be happy? Then you don't make the playoffs? That's garbage.
I know.
Yeah, you want to beat your rival. I'm a Cheney guy. We always wanted to go in there and beat Fitch.
Right.
That's just how it went. But that didn't determine what my season was going like. Okay, you went in there, either you win or lost, but that doesn't determine. These people got to lighten up on that stuff. Yeah, we want to kill Michigan, but at the same time, let it go.
Right. And the other thing with firing Ryan Day, the other problem with that creates is now every player has 30 days to transfer.
And that's what will happen.
And that's what will happen. And then basically you'll have chaos in the program for a couple years to rebuild.
What's the biggest strength, Lucia, right now? What's the biggest strength of Ohio State's roster? They're wide receivers, right?
Yeah.
Oh, look at all the 5-star wide receivers we have on our roster.
Right.
Our backups they had 2 or 3 wide receivers enter the portal the other day on Monday and Tuesday. And these are good, solid players that can't get on the field, and they're going to go play somewhere else and play well.
Right. Because kids aren't waiting.
Ryan Day is recruiting on the fact we're going to throw the ball 38 times a game every game.
Yeah, so why didn't he do it against Michigan?
Well, let's bring Mike Vrabel to Columbus. What does Mike Vrabel want to do? He wants to run the football and play good defense. So what are you going to tell those wide receivers now?
See, as a coach, I'm sitting there watching this game, and I'm saying, why is he not throwing the ball? Why is he running against this front of Michigan?
Those two guys for Michigan.
Mike Vrabel wants to run the ball.
Well, I agree with you.
All those all-star wide receivers say, we love Mike Vrabel's got a great reputation, but he wants to run the football and control line of scrimmage.
But you can't run into their strength.
Hey, football fans, don't miss the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey at the Cavelli Center in downtown Youngstown. The Phantoms are preparing for the upcoming season as they take to the ice to defend their Clark Cup championship. With over a dozen highly touted prospects on this year's roster, the road to the NHL clearly runs through Youngstown. Purchase season tickets, group tickets.
Okay, everybody, that's the... We're coming up on halftime. Irish Mike will do the picks right after this timeout on Western Reserve Radio.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Saturday morning sports page coming right back at you, Pat Lucia. Bob Gessler filling in for Dave Clark, and we've got Irish Mike.
Yes.
Oh, you're there. Great, Irish Mike. Let's go ahead and let's get to our college picks today. I threw 6 games up there. Today at noon, it's Iowa State, Arizona. They're playing this at the Dome down there in Dallas, the AT&T in Arlington, Texas, Jerry Dome, I guess is what they call it. So we got -2. Arizona State lays 2 points. It's almost an even game. Iowa State gets 2 points versus Arizona today down in Arlington, Texas. Irish Mike, what do you think?
I'm gonna go with Pat. I'm gonna go with Arizona State.
What about you?
I'm going
Bob?
with Iowa State.
Okay, this is a close game. Either way.
Yeah, either way. I believe so too.
Yeah, I like ASU. I'll take Arizona State. Let's move on to the 4 o'clock game today. Both these teams are in Obviously, the Iowa State, Arizona State, the loser goes home, the winner gets in. So that's actually an eliminator game.
Right.
The next one is not an eliminator game. You got Georgia 10-2 versus Texas, 11-1. They're playing down in Mercedes-Benz Dome in Atlanta. That's a quasi Georgia home game anyway. -2.5. Texas. I was surprised by this, but Texas lays -2.5 to Georgia. So Georgia's getting 2.5 at home.
I'm sorry. I like Texas. I think Texas can do that. So that's what I'm looking at.
How about you, Irish Mike?
I'm going to go with. I know they played 7-8 weeks ago down in Austin, and Georgia handled them pretty good. And I know this is a revenge factor for Texas, but Texas's offense, guys, the last 3 or 4 games has been very suspect. Even last Saturday night down in Texas A&M, they scored from the middle of the second quarter on. They didn't score points.
No.
So I'm going to go with Georgia. I know Georgia played a terrible game last week against Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
Should have lost. We all agree with that. But I'm just going to say Georgia rises up and gets them with the Bulldogs.
It's a close game. It's going to be a close game, too.
It could be field goal either way since it's only 2.5. Cover the 3. I'll take the Georgia Bulldogs, too. I think that when you break it down, Dave Clark's got Iowa State in his game. And I believe he's got Georgia in this game. So let's move on to the Penn State at Oregon, or I should say versus Oregon. Lucas Oil in Indianapolis is where they're playing, and it's 3.5. So Penn State's getting 3.5. Is it going to be a close game, a field goal game? If it is, obviously you take Penn State. If you think no,
I'm an Oregon guy. I got the Ducks. I tell you what, I think they're just too strong. I really do. That's just, again.
Yeah, I tell you, how about you, Irish Mike?
I'm going to go with Oregon as well, Pat. And if that works out, like you, who are you taking, Pat?
No, I got to go Oregon. I'm just going for the better team.
Yeah.
So, Pat, if it works out like you and I think, Oregon beats Penn State and Georgia beats Texas, it'll be the top 4 seeds. Texas will be the 5th seed. Notre Dame will be the 6th seed. Ohio State will be the 7th seed. And Penn State will drop to 8 because they'll go to head-to-head matchup. Ohio State beat Penn State. And there's no way they'll have Ohio State.
Right.
There's no way they'll have Penn State ahead of Ohio State. So if that works out the way you're saying, they'll go Texas 5, Notre Dame 6, Ohio State 7, and Penn State 8.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Texas would be 11-2.
Yeah.
Notre Dame has
they would
one
be the 5th
loss.
seed, I believe, unless Georgia hammers them again. If Georgia hammers them again, I could see them falling below Notre Dame. I mean, if they get beat by 2 touchdowns or more, I could see that happening. For sure.
I have a feeling that when it shakes out, Notre Dame will be the 5th seed, no matter what.
I hope so.
I think that's what happens, but that's just me. Let's move to the Clemson. This is the big game. Of probably the most important game of the day. Battle Iowa. This is another eliminator game, and maybe not, maybe so. Clemson versus SMU. They're playing down in Carolina, the Bank of America in Charlotte. SMU is laying 2.5 to Clemson. So obviously, Clemson lost last week to their rival South Carolina 17-14. SMU destroyed Cal 38-6. I don't know what you draw from any of that. Bottom line is SMU is laying 2.5.
I'm a big SMU pony fan. I've always liked SMU. I think they've played well this year, and I'm going to take SMU.
I'm going to go with the upset here. I'm going to go with the Clemson Tigers and them sneaking the playoffs. And if Notre Dame does end, it's a 5 seed. You could have number 12, as Joel Klett had it, number 12 Clemson playing number 5 Notre Dame in South Bend.
Wow.
I'm going to go with Clemson in the upset, Pat.
You're going to take Clemson?
In the upset.
Okay, you're taking
what's the line again?
2.5. You get 2.5 if you take Clemson.
The game's in Charlotte, so there'll be a lot of Clemson fans.
Yeah, that's true. That's a back.
That will be.
That's kind of their backyard there, so that should be good.
Backyard game. Yep.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of torn on this one, but I think I'm gonna go a little chalk. I'm gonna take the SMU. I still like the Trans Am that Eric Dickerson got that didn't return. They didn't know.
Bob,
didn't steal
here's
it.
what Lucia really wants. Because he loves controversy. He wants Clemson to kick a 58-yard field goal to win by 1 point over SMU And then he wants the committee to tell SMU you're out of it now. Alabama's in and you're out. That's what he wants.
And all the people would go
you love that
crazy.
stuff.
Of course.
Oh, they would lose their minds. They'd lose their minds.
Yeah, I think they would totally lose their mind. Dave Clark has
Florida State
Clemson.
lost a bid last year. Remember the ACC lost their bid last year with Florida State.
Yep.
Now they would get one team in and be Clemson, but they would say we deserve two. We had a great championship game that went down the very wire. And are the team that's been great all year lost on a last-second field goal. Now you're going to deny them one of the top 12 teams because you want Alabama.
You know, and that's the thing, though. Alabama's. I don't think they really belong in. They're not a very good team, but I think they're getting in off name more than anything. And I don't think Milroe has played kind of that. I still look at that Oklahoma loss as saying you went down at Oklahoma and they scored 3 points. I watched that game. Alabama just didn't show up. I don't know what the problem was, because Oklahoma's, again, they're going through.
Yeah, they're not good.
They're not good, and they're a struggling team, and they're going to probably end up in one of the worthless bowl games, and they'll be happy to be that. But the point is, Alabama went down there, and I mean, they didn't lose by a field goal. They didn't show up. They lost 24-3 to a kind of a.
This isn't a Saban team. Alabama. This is not. Whatever the reason is, you can't just go, okay, it's Alabama. No, they are not playing good, strong football, and they shouldn't be in there.
No, they shouldn't. But they're going to get in, I have a feeling, but maybe not. If SMU, and as you say, Irish Mike, if it comes down to SMU or SMU loses because of blown official call and they lose by like a field goal or something controversy, they may put them in saying we owe them one because, again, they lost on a controversial call. And Alabama, let's face it, they haven't looked. And to be honest with you, there was a guy, one of the, I heard a talk radio guy come in, and he basically said, when you break it down, SMU's a good football team.
They are.
And Alabama's real. Everybody thinks Alabama's really good. He goes, but the transfer portal has really hurt Alabama because a lot of it is, again, we talked about this earlier, the players, when Saban retired, a lot of the players left. So they were rebuilding a team, and it's not that good of a team.
Caleb Downs is one of the three best teams in college football.
Right, and he's with Ohio State. Let's move on to the other two games. I threw them on just for the heck of it. Ohio versus Miami. They're playing this at Forbes Field today at noon on ESPN. Miami is laying 1.5 points to the Bobcats of Ohio. So this is almost an even game. I'll take Miami of Ohio because both my nephews went there.
I'll take the Bobcats.
Bob's a Bobcat guy.
That's it, brother.
What about you, Irish?
Chuck Martin, old Notre Dame assistant, and Brian Kelly has been head coach of Miami of Ohio the last 7 or 8 years, done a good job down there. I've heard he's the leading contender to be the new head coach of Purdue. So look for that Chuck Martin play. It's also good at Purdue. So I'm going to go with Miami of Ohio as well.
Okay. Let's move on to the last game. Marshall at Louisiana. This is actually at Louisiana. Marshall's at Louisiana. It used to be Southwest Louisiana. Now it's just Louisiana way back when. But actually, Louisiana is laying 6 points to Marshall. So Marshall getting 6. They're 9-3. Louisiana 10-2, and Marshall gets 6 points for the road game.
Well, it's their anniversary of the plane crash too. So
Marshall,
yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to go with Marshall. I've been down at the stadium.
I'll go with Marshall as well.
Yeah, I was down at the stadium when YSU played them. I was there for the loss and the win, and I'll tell you what, they got a great program down there. God bless every coach since that tragedy happened. They have built this program up, and they've done a magnificent job. They really have. They're a good football team.
Yeah, they lost to the Buckeyes this year. So, Dave Clark also Marshall and lay the points. And I'll, what the heck? I'll take Louisiana and lay the points. That's probably a mistake. They're at home.
There you go.
So I just put the kibosh on Louisiana. I picked, but that's the picks. But we'll see what happens.
I'll leave you guys on this comment. And I told Bob, I've told Pat and Dave the last 3 or 4 weeks that I was told that if Notre Dame makes the playoffs and hosts a home game, it'll be on Friday night, December 20th. The 20th, you have one game on Friday night, 8 o'clock, and then on the 21st, 2 weeks from today on the Saturday, you have one game at noon, one game at 4, and one game at 8. Space them out for TV ratings. 3 games spaced out 4 hours apart each. That's what I was told. Now, I just was told the other day that when that ranked comparison came out Tuesday night and they have Alabama playing Notre Dame in South Bend, I was told that now TV is switching their minds and say that would be a Saturday night game at 8 o'clock on December 21st if it is Alabama and Notre Dame in South Bend.
Oh, they would put that on prime time. Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, and if that happens, that's just.
I told Pat and Dave that they want Notre Dame to play the 8 o'clock Friday night game. That I've been telling that for 2 or 3 weeks now. My guy just told me Thursday that if it's Alabama, the specific team, it would be Saturday night at 8 o'clock, not Friday.
Yeah, I could see that. Then I think they want to put Ohio State. If they're playing like Tennessee, won't be surprised if, I don't know, they might put, I wonder if they would put them prime time on Friday night. Or do they put them on noon on Saturday? I think they're going to put them prime time, though.
The key to this is there's no more high school football.
No, it's
so I'll tell you what, people will watch that game.
Yeah, they will.
Either who plays.
Yeah. Yeah, but if they put Ohio State, I think Ohio State will get a prime time spot. Now, whether or not it's the Friday or Saturday,
right.
But I think Notre Dame is going to be a prime time.
Matchups, like I said, he told me, and like I said, Pat, I've been telling you, Dave, for 3 weeks they're going to play Friday night at 8 o'clock, and that's what he's told me 4 or 5 times now. He just told me Thursday night because Alabama, obviously it's a marquee name. It would be Saturday at 8. He said that changed their philosophy of thinking.
Well, I think Alabama, whoever they play, and again, you got to play the game. I always said that as a coach, respect. I don't think Alabama, whoever they play, is going to be able to hang with anybody. I think they're going to get shellacked in the first round. That's my opinion.
They might. I mean, you might be right because, again, I have not been – this Alabama team, they lost at Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
They lost at Oklahoma. And, I mean, they played horrible at Oklahoma. They beat Georgia, though. That's their game.
That's why.
And they could have, again, I just look at Alabama and I think that's the way they may not get in. Now they might get in because of ratings, because that never
all
happened.
About the money. Yeah. Here we go.
That never happens. Right. But we'll see what happens.
If Ohio State gets to host the home game, they'll set a Ohio State football record. This will be, if they host the home game in the playoffs, it'll be their 9th game of the season at home. Because they played 12 regular season games this year. They played 8 at home and 4 on the road.
Yeah, Ohio State,
This would set the Ohio State record by playing a 9th home game.
And they'll play a 9th home game.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You talk about all the
thing. If we go the model, Lucia, I know you guys get run. I'm going to get run here too. But if we go that model AFC NFC that you and Dave have talked about for the last several months, like one of the models we have to fix besides when you go to these mega conferences, okay, you have 18 teams. There's teams you're going to miss because you're going to only play 8 or 9 league games.
Right.
So like Indiana didn't play Penn State. Indiana didn't play Oregon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they missed 2 pretty good teams in the league. Okay. Hey,
and that's the
not
problem.
only that, you have to fix that model and play 9 league games and fix it where people aren't missing people. But the other thing you have to fix is if you're going to play 12 regular season games, you play 6 home games and you play 6 road games, right?
Yep.
You had Indiana and Ohio State are the only 2 schools in the country this year that played 8 home games on 4 on the road. Everybody else did 7 and 5 or 6 and 6.
Yeah, and I wonder.
That's a benefit that you get to play more home games.
Well, sure, there is.
In NFL, you don't see that. You don't see that in the NFL. I mean, they try to make it as even as possible, as much parity as possible.
And that's
They have to model this system right now. What they do in the NFL, because it's just not good. And again, do a playoff system where it's fair. You don't let anybody in because you won a conference and you're ahead. That's bullcrap in my book.
At least now you might change it so they don't get a bye. You might let them in, but let them play a first round game. Like people are still upset that Boise State's going to get a bye. Mountain West, they're going to say they should not because Mountain West is okay, but it's not on the quality of the SEC and the Big Ten. Although I don't know about the Big Ten sometimes, how quality that is. But the point is, people are saying, why don't you just put rate the 12 teams and then put them in the bracket and not worry about conferences and buys and anything.
That's exactly what I say.
Yeah.
That's how it should be.
Just
forget this championship. It means nothing.
And I think the championship games they're not ever going to go by the wayside because there's too much money. But Gary Danielson said it on Mad Dog Russo's show. He says, I think they should do away with the conference championship games because it's redundant. Yeah. And all these teams are cannibalizing one another. But he goes, then Mad Dog goes, well, you mean they're going to do it? He goes, no. I think they should. They're not doing it. because of the money. It's the money because they're going to continue with conference championship games because.
But I don't think it's going to mean as much as it's going to.
It won't.
Then you just, however you finish the season, if you're 6th ranked, you want to. I don't care. That's where you belong.
Right.
You're in that. You're in there. You don't get a bye. You don't get this.
Right.
That's how it should be. Make it fair.
And you talked about this for months. If Penn State loses tonight, hypothetically Oregon, okay, or Oregon loses. The loser of that game is going to end up playing, if they make it the championship game, is going to play 17 games this year.
Right.
12 regular season, a conference championship, plus 4 playoff games because they won't get a bye in the first round.
They won't get a bye. But some people think you're better off not getting the bye because you're off too long.
See, as a coach,
right?
I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't. You can't do that. You got to keep teams focused. I don't care if it's 7th and 8th grade, 9th grade, high school, college. You have got to keep them focused. Now, you don't have to go in there and beat the snot out of them, but you got to keep them going fresh because otherwise, I've seen teams where they sat out a week, come back, and they lay an egg because they look terrible.
They look flat. And that's the problem.
I'll ask you guys one last question. I got to get running here.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Suppose hypothetically, gentlemen, let's suppose Georgia would have lost last Friday night to Georgia Tech, like we all thought Georgia Tech outplayed them. Everyone's talking.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would have been, Georgia would have had 3 losses going into today. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's suppose Georgia would have lost today to Texas in the SEC championship game by a field goal. That would have given Georgia their 4 losses. Would Georgia still be in the final 12?
No, they have how many? They're complaining about people that have 2 losses. You get 3 losses, that's questionable. You have 4 losses, you have no business being in there.
But you know what?
Even though they played that extra game, they had to play in the SEC championship game.
Right.
That's it. And that's the problem people are having with the SEC championship game. It's kind of almost a worthless game is because why should another team go out and play? And then what is if Oregon, here's the deal tonight, maybe Oregon looks at, so if we win this game, we have another week off. We don't want that week off.
Right.
We're better off losing the game. Let Penn State have that week off. We want to play because we don't want 3 weeks off.
That's stupid.
If you're Oregon right now, Pat, Lucia, if you're the number 1 seed, you might play the winner of the Tennessee-Ohio State game. If you're the number 5 seed, you're going to get a home game against an Arizona State.
Right.
And if you win that game, you're going to go play Boise State on a neutral field.
So you're better off going for the 5 seed because you'd have an easier path to the semifinals than as the number 1 seed overall.
Exactly right.
So why would you want to be the number 1 seed?
Bob, when they negotiated this 2+ years ago, the former Notre Dame athletic director Jack Schwarbrick was a part of the negotiating team. And Notre Dame didn't get the bye because they're not in the conference. So the best they could do was the 5th seed. And Notre Dame fans complained. Now, TV caught on the last month or so. Fox, ESPN, they're all talking about, look at this 5th seed. Look at the draw you can get. This is unbelievable. Look what you can do as a 5th seed.
Yep.
Schwarbrick knew this 2 years ago.
Yeah, he knew ahead of time.
Yep.
He knew this.
Yeah, he knew.
I love it.
Yeah.
They've shot, you know what? Because they want nothing to do with Notre Dame. It's obvious, but they shot themselves in the foot.
They did.
I'll leave you on this note, Bob. And my friends have noticed this over the last month. And the ones that hated Notre Dame before now absolutely hate them with a passion because they think they figured something out. And I said, they knew this 2 years ago.
Right.
It's almost like
everybody else is figuring out over the last month, and they're irate over it. And this will change, Pat. This will change in the offseason. This will change.
Yeah, you could see.
They're gonna monkey with this and say, just because you win your conference championship doesn't give you an automatic bid because you could be a 3-loss team.
Right.
They're gonna say we want the 4 best teams to get the top seeds, 1, 2, 3, or 4, regardless of conference. And regardless of your conference champ or runner-up.
I agree. Irish Mike, I agree with you 1,000%. That doesn't make you better than anybody.
Like Clemson will have 3. If Clemson wins, they'll basically get a first round bye.
They won't get a bye with you. Clemson will not get a bye. They'll be I think the 12th or 11th seed. They will not. They'll get in, but they won't get a bye.
Oh, they won't get a bye. Okay,
that's my understanding.
If they win,
will get a bye. And my understanding, the winner of the Arizona State, especially if it's Arizona State, will get a bye.
Okay.
I don't know about the Iowa State thing. I don't know about that. But
Arizona State, Iowa State.
It'll be Oregon. It'll be Oregon, Texas, Boise State, and Arizona State. Those 4 teams getting a bye.
So Arizona State would get a bye. Okay.
That's my understanding.
They got to get rid of that.
I know.
Get rid of this bye stuff. Play the games. Get through that you have to get through, and that's it. I get so tired of that. There's no reason, we finished better, we won a conference, we get a bye. Why? I wouldn't.
The beautiful...
If SMU wins today, guys, they're getting a bye. If if SMU beats Clemson, they're getting one
They
of the
get a bye.
So
If SMU wins, they get a
it would
bye.
be Oregon, Texas, SMU, and Boise State getting the bye.
There you go. Which makes no sense. But
Okay, gentlemen, thanks so much for having me on. You gentlemen have a great weekend, Bob.
Thank you,
God bless.
Michael.
Take care.
Yeah. What's great is it's great we're talking about college football in 12 teams and not 4 teams.
Yeah.
So that's the good part. The good part is it's going to be got everybody yakking about it, talking about it. It's great for sports talk radio. And we're not talking about the 5th and 4th. It's 12 and 13. So again, all in all, the big deal will be the SMU game tonight, what that does. And then the question is going to be Alabama. They seem to be the team potentially could be outside if SMU loses the jury.
Well, it is a jury.
They are the jury.
It's a jury.
The committee will basically have to decide who gets, is SMU in or Alabama in, and who gets out. Because SMU, people do believe that even if they lose a very close game tonight with Clemson,
they should be in.
They should be in anyway. And Alabama with 3 losses that looked absolutely horrendous losses to Vanderbilt, at Vandy, and then at that Oklahoma loss, I still think it has got to be the worst loss of the year for a major school like that.
Yeah. Now, I think if Bama gets in next year, things will start changing because there'll be too many people screaming that it's not right. Alabama, just because of your name, you don't get in. You got to earn your way. See, and there's where I have a problem. Oh, it's this team or it's that team. They have been always so good. And baloney. It should be schedule. And I'm not talking strength of schedule. You created this thing. So if there's teams that are undefeated and there are teams that are going to get buys that have 1 or 2 losses, I'm sorry. This is how you set it up. So this is why I say there shouldn't be buys. Go to the next game, keep playing, game after game after game. That's how you're going to do this. Don't tell me about these colleges and, we do that so they get their studies. That's all baloney sauce. I'm telling you right now, they have got to just play the games and do what the NFL does, and then nobody will complain. Do 16 teams, take the mold that the NFL does, and guess what? There's not going to be a problem because then you'll have a true national champion and you'll have true teams that belong in there. That's all. Teams that got 3 losses shouldn't even be there. There was a question about 2 lost teams for a while, but then some of the big teams up on top were getting these losses, and the committee goes, now what are we going to do?
Yeah, when you look at real quick at Alabama's losses, they lost all their losses have been road games, which I think they lost to Vanderbilt on the road 40-35. They lost to Tennessee. I know we kind of gloss over that, but they lost to Tennessee 24-17 at Tennessee. Then the ultimate, I think the worst loss on that resume is that Oklahoma loss at Oklahoma 24-3, where that was an absolute, that loss might keep them out.
Yeah, because you have Oklahoma. It's not good.
No, Oklahoma.
And Vandy hasn't. I mean, they've had some good years. I like Vanderbilt. I think they had good years and bad years. What was the record? Do you know what they finished, Vanderbilt? Because I haven't heard much about them.
They
500?
finished 6-6.
Okay, so they're 500
and they're in a tough conference, though. In that, I mean, they're in with the SEC, and they're in every year. They are always the bottom feeder of that conference, and that's a tough conference to be in. But they had some big wins. They beat Kentucky 2013, and obviously their signature win was the Alabama win 40-35. Or the 2, and then they beat Auburn 17-7.
Right, so they beat some quality teams and stuff, but the problem that I have is you can't go by your name. Alabama should not be in there. Yeah. They are not a good football team.
I think they're getting in on the reputation more than anything
and it shouldn't be that way, though. It should not be that way. If you're going to go wins and losses in these brackets, shouldn't happen.
Well, you all know what we're looking at the TV, and they know they want to see Notre Dame and Alabama play.
But I get that
opening round.
But I get that. But you know what? A fan, if you're any type of a fan of football or any sports, you're going to watch a game regardless who's playing. But you want to see a good game because I really think if that happens, And that's fine with me because if they play Notre Dame will kill them.
At Notre Dame.
Alabama, that could be a long. How would you want to go in there, going to Notre Dame Stadium, knowing that you're not a good football team? Oh, my Lord. What does that do to kids?
It's going to be 20 degrees.
Yes, of course it is.
You know it's good at night. You're going to play
up there.
At night up there. That's a cold place.
Oh,
anyway.
You ain't kidding. I've been up there with snow flying.
Right. Yeah.
It's
like,
I get it.
It just seems like you're in Alaska up there. It's like being in Cleveland.
Yeah, there you go.
Up on the lake.
The
snow and all.
Been there.
Right. People love that up there, though.
Not me. It was too cold for me.
Way too cold for me. No, I'm not. But, that's good. When we come back, we're coming up on the third quarter. Is almost over. Fourth quarter, we'll get to our NFL picks and talk some NFL. We'll talk about the hit on Trevor Lawrence.
Wow.
And Trevor Lawrence looks like he's done for the year. He's on the IR. Yeah, they put Trevor Lawrence on IR. That was a bad injury. He had a concussion. He was sliding. He took the hit, forearm to the head. And he's out for the year pretty much. I think his season's done. He won't be back for 4 games. In all probability, won't play. And then now, Jacksonville is pretty much they were done anyway. They were 2-10. They may not win another game either. And Jacksonville and some of the Giants 2-10. We'll get to the NFL picture after a quick timeout. Saturday Morning Sports Page, Pat Lucia, Bob Gessler in for Dave Clark. Timeout. Back after this.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
The Mahoning Valley's leader for golf, Milk Creek Golf Course, is now booking tee times for 2024. We offer stay and play opportunities available with 9 area hotel partners. For more information, visit our website at millcreekmetroparks.org. Also, look for new, exciting opportunities coming soon, including an indoor player development center with Trackman, an indoor Callaway Club Fitting Center, and an Odyssey Fitting Studio in 2024. Follow us on Facebook at Milk Creek Golf Course or call 330-740-7112.
Malutic Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our number one priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Malutic_live. And remember, our fans come first.
The game is over, but this time, instead of asking how many goals did you score or what were your stats, try asking these questions. Were you a good teammate? Were you coachable? Did you give 100%? And did you have fun? Because those are the values that school sports instill in Ohio's young people, where winning and losing are secondary to the life lessons that will stay with kids long after their playing days are over. This is the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Educate through sports.
Saturday Morning Sports Page, Pat Lucia. Bob Gessler filling in for Dave Clark. 330-707-4202. Irish Mike obviously had called in, talked a lot about Notre Dame and college landscape, as we do pretty much every Saturday morning here on Western Reserve Radio. And the show is the Saturday Morning Sports Page. Bob, getting to the NFL. The Jags are playing, I guess probably Trevor Lawrence is out on the IR. Took a severe hit. Houston player hit him. And Trevor Lawrence is out for 4 games. People have been weighing in on this all week about, did he slide too late? Brady came out and said, well, you have to learn how to slide right or slide early. Or the hit was to the forearm, to the head. And again, I don't know if the NFL will probably try to look into this and see what they can do moving into the future. The problem is, bottom line is, the NFL does not want their quarterbacks out hurt, period. I know this is not the old school, not the football that you and I were basically when we were kids. We watched on TV where the quarterbacks
got killed,
got absolutely maimed, killed. Wide receivers were maimed and going over the middle. You could go on and on. When we were both we're about the same age, so we both grew up in that time frame where football was just played differently. Now you can't touch the quarterback. Yes. But what bothers me more than anything, and I say that, I have to pull back a little bit because I noticed that there were the Thursday night game. Jordan Love got whacked around good, and they don't call a flag. What kind of bothers me sometimes with the NFL, and this is where I have a problem, is the NFL says, well, if it's a rookie quarterback or a new quarterback, you don't get that call. That should have absolutely nothing to do with a quarterback getting either a late hit, roughing the quarterback. They need to basically say no. If it fits for Tom Brady, well, he's gone. But I'm saying if it's you're going to call that on it when Brady played,
franchise quarterback. We'll say that
franchise quarterback. Thank you. Then it applies to the Jordan Loves of the world, who may not be the franchise. They may be a franchise quarterback someday, but right now, there should not be this caste system that says, okay, I'm throwing the flag. You're not going to get the call because you're a kid, or you're a rookie, or you're, even Joe Burrow made the comment one time. The ref says, well, you haven't been in the league long enough to get that call. Yeah. And I thought to myself, what is that? I mean, what do you mean he's not in the league? If you're going to call it, if it's a roughing the passer, late hit on the quarterback, like Jordan Love got whacked by two guys on Thursday night. I'm thinking, where the hell's the flag? No call. And and the other one call, and then I'll let you weigh in, I think they should be able to review face masks because they miss so many of those face masks. And I think you need to, because of the safety issue, you should have a ref. They should be able to go back and say, okay, yeah, we missed the face mask. It's 15 yards.
But see, that goes back to everything, Pat. And again, I'm a Browns fan, so I'm going to talk about this. I've watched when, like Pittsburgh, what? He gets in there, somebody just puts an arm around him, flag goes. Right. Watch what Myles Garrett has to put up with. Right. I watched that game. They literally have their arm around him, his throat, and they never get that call.
He gets held every play.
He gets held every play. But the league's going to say, well, he's that good, so he could be held. Otherwise, he's got to get to the quarterback in the game. Baloney. Let's not talk about that. The hit. Here's my opinion, and I watched it. And when I saw it the first time, I went, holy mackerel. Boy, that's not going to be a good thing. The problem lies is he waited too long. If you're going to dive, you've got to see that guy coming in. He had already committed coming down.
Right.
The other thing, too, is they said, well, he hit him with his helmet, his form, whatever. You have to understand, these guys right now, as they're coming at him, they're going to try to hit his waist. He waited too long. When he went into the slide, this guy was already going at him. You cannot adjust. Just like these pass rushers, they're telling these 300-pound guys that can run like a deer, when you get to the quarterback and you hit him, you got to roll back on your back and pull them on you. What is football turned into? I understand injuries, and I get that, but I am Jordan Love got his butt kicked, and yet somebody's quarterback should go near him. That's a flag. Can't even touch him. That's the league. That's because they want scores of 30 and 45. And it's not going to be the games anymore where you see a 14-7 game because the defense is getting after it. As far as the hit, he waited too long to slide. Then change the rule or get with somebody on a quarterback and say, if you're going to take that extra second, just fall down. Okay, he took it. He wanted to get as yardage as he did. But again, the DB or linebacker, whatever it was, committed. What are you going to do? You're going to penalize this guy because he hit this guy wrong. Sorry. They need to really look at things, hits, with quarterback, all that stuff. So I disagree. He shouldn't have got hurt, but I disagree with the call because it shouldn't have been, because he would already committed. They got to look at it that way.
They got to look. I mean, I know that's where a lot of the criticism is coming. Is these defenders you think are going to stop in midair, and they're not. They've already got.
Yeah, you can't.
And then the quarterback makes a slide as the defender's coming at him. He can't defy gravity. That's the same issue you have with the quarterbacks, roughing the quarterbacks. The same concept is you have a lineman coming at them and the quarterback throws the ball. And as he's throwing the ball, the defender's in the air to try to sack him. It's like, okay, you can't stop in midair. And so you're getting into this whole discussion where you're asking if some of the defenders are, committed to make the hit, and then the slide, and then the quarterback slide too late. And that's the other criticism that they're trying to explain to the, out there is for the defenders is you can't expect a defender to stop in midair when the quarterback is in the process of sliding.
That's like a quarterback. They'll talk about low hits.
Yeah.
If I'm getting blocked,
right,
and I'm getting knocked down, and I get to the quarterback, and I happen to hit him below the waist because I'm getting blocked in, and I see it all the time, and that flag flies.
Flag's out.
You can't call that play. No. He's getting blocked. The man's trying to get there. I've seen it where they crawled on their hands and knees and grabbed them and pulled them down. They threw a flag and said late hit or low hit.
That's a low hit.
Are you kidding me?
That's the Brady rule.
You know what? Then what they need to do, and I'm being dead serious, Pat, give them flags, put them in full equipment, and say start pulling flags, but you're not allowed to hit. Just extend your arms. You're not allowed to use the shoulder pads.
Like touch football.
It is touch football. You guys are ruining the game. I understand the size and the speed and everything, and you got to tweak some of these rules. But some of these rules are so ridiculous for offense. It hampers the defense. It's just not. And again, I'm not talking about give them a free run so they take 4 steps and knock the snot out of a quarterback. Or the Darryl Stingley thing where he gets paralyzed. I mean, that was just a blatant, I'm going to take you out. I get that stuff. But there's no in between now. They got to get that tweeter in there. They got to find out something to adjust this.
I think
it's just too much.
The Darryl Stingley hit was a legal hit back then.
It was legal.
Because he went up high, and
he went up high, and he came in and clobbered him.
Came in and caught him there.
But I see hits with shoulder pads that where a helmet will brush them. You got 2 moving animals coming at each other. If my helmet hits them, how am I supposed to try to slide my helmet when he's a moving target? Now, if I'm sticking my face mask in his face, okay, I understand. I understand the quarterback defender launching with his helmet and them hit the quarterback. Cool. I understand that. That should be a flag. But I've seen clean hits with shoulder pads, and they question it. Oh, I think he hit him with his head. Heads are going to hit. Running back, what happens with, and I saw it in a college game, that running back lowers his head, and I'm going in there. We hit helmets. Why is that the defender's fault?
Right. Because the running back initiated.
He starts dropping. Yeah. I'm the defender. Again, we always say, see what you hit. Right. But the problem lies is, think about that. If I'm looking at him, he drops his head and hits me in the forehead with my head up and snaps my neck off my body, you can't make that call. Again, it'll slow the game down, but okay, before we threw the flag, let's view it. Both heads drop. How are you calling it on the defender? Right. Why does the offensive guy get that call?
Yeah. It's a good point. It looks like, for the record, too, Al Zaire is the Texas player we mentioned, who did the illegal hit, and he is suspended for 3 games. A lot of it was, though, they said, after he got into a fight after the hit, and the other team, there's a full-blown.
Well, I mean, it's going to.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
We didn't talk a lot about the planning of the flag. But that's going to probably end in college football, because that just is basically that's causing way too much problems at Ohio State. That pepper spray, that a whole 9 yards with the Michigan after trying to plant the flag. Sawyer went over and ripped the flag away from Michigan, and then all H breaks loose.
I watched that game, and I was sitting there with everybody in the house was Ohio State. Okay, I watched that Michigan player. You could see him in the background going, and I said, Oh boy, it's about to happen. He come around that corner, he hit that flag and all. And again, all hell broke loose.
It did.
It's just, you got to stop this.
Yeah, that you have to stop, because that just, bottom line is you've got to, at least with college and even with the NFL, these guys get, like I said, they're going to break out, they're going to get into fights, and the NFL has to stop it. And college will probably eliminate the planting of the flag and then say that if you do it, there'll be severe penalties.
Yes.
And they're going to have to do it.
Fines. That player who does it has got to sit.
Suspend.
Whatever they got to suspend. Yeah, whatever it is. I agree with that 100%. Somebody's got to step in and start realizing that this stuff can't happen because you're hurting your university. Yeah, we beat them. That's great. But you don't take the flag and stick it in the opposing thing.
Rubbing salt into the wound.
Oh, baby, I knew that was going to happen.
You could see it coming.
You could see that coming.
Let's give our NFL picks a roll. Dave and I went, the Packers and the Lions was 3 points. Lions, that was a push for the Lions. The Lions won 34-31. So.
Yeah, I love the Lions, what he's done over there. I'll tell you what.
I'm just not a big fan of when it's fourth down, going for it on fourth down, because he gave the Packers a real short field on that one touchdown, which I think you got to punt the ball. That cost him last year.
Yes. What was it, a field goal or something?
Against San Francisco, he did not kick 2 field goals. Dan Campbell, that's who we're referring to, the Lions head coach. And I know he likes to go for it on fourth down when he's in his own territory. Last year against the 49ers, he had 2 field goals and he turned them down, and then he did not get the fourth down, and they ended up losing.
But see, here's what I'm going to tell you. He's got assistant coaches. I understand he's a head cap and he makes the final decision, but these guys have got to be in his ear and say, punt the ball.
Yeah.
You can't do it. Your percentage rate's not there. I understand, but you can't do it, especially when they have all 11 in the box. If you're going to do that, I'm going to fake it, run a dump, do something else. But no, they insist on trying to do that. Don't do it. Start punting the ball. Use your head a little bit. You see your percentage right now is not good. So you got to just punt the ball and let your defense do what you got to do.
Yeah, he gave the Packers a touchdown the other night. I watched it. He was going for the ball at the 30-yard line. He went for it and didn't get it. And then the Packers had the short field down and a touchdown. And I know he likes to do that. Campbell likes to make a statement with it. But then you've got to step back and do logic.
Yeah, he got lucky
too.
He got lucky
with the win. And let's go. Let's do our picks. Jags are at the Titans, 3-1. The Titans laid 3-1 to the Jags. Lawrence is out. He's not playing. That means the backup is going to play. That is the kid from Alabama that was drafted by the Mac Jones.
Oh, yeah, Mac Jones.
Going to be the starter, which basically means, to me, it makes it an easy because I'm going to take the Titans and lay 3-1.
Yeah, Titans.
They don't have.
Yeah, he hasn't played.
No, and he's not very good.
No, he's not.
That's just not. The Jets are at the Miami Dolphins, 5.5. Jets get 5.5.
Dolphins.
Yeah, I think the Jets are done.
Yeah, they're toast.
Their debate is whether or not they keep Rodgers. What do they do next year?
They got to. I'm sorry. I was never an Aaron Rodgers fan. He goes in there like he knows it all. He talks to his players like they're garbage. I've listened to this stuff, saw it, and you know what? It's nice to be a leader, but you got to know how and when to present yourself. I disagree with him. His days are over.
Yeah, he's 41 years old. He's coming off that Achilles. He's not. Maybe that could be a career ending, especially in an older player gets that type of injury. I just think he looks spent. Let's move on to the Falcons at the Vikings. 5.5. Falcons get 5.5. They lost last week to the Bolts of LA that we call San Diego Chargers. And the Cardinals won a tough game over the Vikings beat the Cardinals last week 23-22. I like the Vikings. The problem you have here is Kirk Cousins. I mean, he looks like, again, another older player coming off that Achilles, and he's kind of fallen off. Yeah. His last few starts have been downright brutal.
Right.
And I don't know, they just signed him and gave him a boatload of money. And could he be on the end? That's a calculated risk. You throw all this money at these older quarterbacks.
I'm going to go with the Vikings anyway. I don't know. I don't know. I like
Vikings.
I get the Vikings.
Dave Clark's got the Falcons. So let's move on to the Saints at the Giants. The Giants are a home dog, getting 4 points. So with that said, I'm taking the Saints because the Giants are finished.
Yeah, I'd go Saints.
Offensive line.
Yeah, I'm going to go Saints myself.
I'll lay the 4 points.
Yeah,
I just, even though it's an outside game, and I still think if it was any other team coming up from the South, but it's the Giants, and Giants.
You know what? It's funny, real quick. If you look wins and losses this year through the whole NFL, boy, there's not a whole. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are, you'll see an 8-5. You don't see that. You know what I'm saying? That those big scores, or those other than, of course, the Kansas City Chiefs, which we already know that half their games
never cover.
I mean, they just.
Let's move to the Panthers at the Eagles. -13. A lot of wood. Panthers have been playing better. They lost last week to the Tampa Bay Bucks 26-23. Eagles beat the Ravens last week 24-19. 13 points. Do you feel...
I still think Philadelphia will cover.
Do you think
I like
they'll
Philly.
cover?
Yeah, I think Philly they'll beat them.
Okay. I'm going to take... I might make a mistake here. It's at the Eagles. I'll take the Panthers.
And they're home, right? And they're home at Philly?
Yeah. That's tough, but I think the Panthers I've watched them play the last few weeks. They played Kansas City tough.
Yeah.
They've been playing teams very tough. They're competitive. It's a lot of points. Philly coming off a big win. I think Philly wins it. But
it's just not the spread.
I just don't know if they're going to cover that
it.
much, 13. Let's go to the Browns at the Steelers, and the Steelers lay 6.5.
Well, you know me, I'm a diehard, even though, the bottom line is Pittsburgh they just can't beat them. Cleveland can't beat them in Three Rivers, but I still got to go with the Browns. I think that they played them tough last game, and I think they
won last game.
Yeah, they won last game. And I'll tell you what, they dominated a lot. They frustrated them. So we'll see what happens.
I'm going to take the Browns and the points.
I think so. This will be interesting. The
Raiders are at the Buccaneers, 6.5.
Bucks. I'm a Baker guy. I think he'll and the Raiders just, I don't know. They lost that DN and they're not. They're just
they've been on the and they're coming east.
Yeah, I don't
know. I'll take Bucks too. Dave Clark went with the Raiders. I did that. Yeah, so we got to do. You went Bucks and Dave went Raiders. Okay, let's move on. Seahawks are at the Cardinals, -2.5. So the Seahawks get 2.5 at the Arizona Cardinals, who lost a tough game last week in Minnesota, 23-22. Seahawks beat the Jets 26-21, and the Seahawks get 2.5 in
Cardinals.
Arizona.
I think Arizona at home. I think they'll do it.
Okay, so you want the Cardinals. Dave's got the Seahawks and Arizona. Yeah, as much as I like the Seahawks, they've been playing a crazy lately, but I like
up and down.
Yeah,
they're up and down.
The Cards at home.
Yep.
Let's go to the Bills are at the Rams, and the Rams get 3.5. Yep. Rams get 3.5 at home. Playing the Bills. The Bills had a big win last week against the 49ers in the snow, 35-10. And the Rams beat the Saints last week, 21-14. They get 3.5 at home.
I still think the Bills. I think Josh Allen is he's hitting his stride. That team's playing good.
Yeah, I like the Bills too. Let's move on to the Bears at the 49ers. Jeez.
I
don't know what to tell you here.
Yeah, that's a coin toss.
The Bears actually get 3 and a hook on the road, and the 49ers obviously did not want to play last Sunday night in the snow against San Francisco. They were done. They were pretty much done. You could see into the fourth quarter, they were like, let's get on the bus and get out of here.
Is McCaffrey still out?
Yeah, I think he's done for the year because he's got a
torn.
He's got an injury to the knee. They said that they can't do anything for it. It's just he can't play. It's like you got to rest it. I think it was don't hold me to it, the PCL. I could look it up, but I know my understanding is he is done for the year.
So it was a strain. It wasn't a tear. That's wow.
It won't. My understanding, and I can look at...
It's like a high ankle sprain that it won't heal.
Yeah.
Those are a pain. Those hurt.
The injury is... let's see. He is... 2 days ago, he's got an injury-plagued season. Anyway, he has an injury to... PCL. Sprained to the PCL, and he is basically, I know he can't play. They said, I think it's going to require at least 4 weeks of, he needs to basically relax. He can't play, and there's nothing they can really do for it.
Are they playing in Chicago?
No, they're playing in San Francisco. So it's the Bears at San Francisco. The Bears get 3 and a hook. Bears lost that brutal game on, it says Christian McCaffrey suffered a strain to the PCL with the recovery timetable of about 6 weeks. So he's going to be out 6 weeks, which is pretty much the season. They're not getting into the playoffs, I don't believe, at 5-7. The 49ers kind of look spent. The Bears, 4-8, 5-7 teams, kind of both teams are out of it. Not mathematically, but they have remote chance of getting in at this point, which you're going to probably not getting in. Both teams out of the picture pretty much. Bears get 3.5 on the road.
That's a tough call.
It's a tough call because you've got two teams kind of going downward spiral.
I just because it's at home, Candlestick. I'm going to say 49ers myself. I'm going to think that.
Yeah, I don't know. The 49ers are a mash unit.
You ain't kidding.
They've got so many injuries on that team. I'll take the Bears just to step back. They looked good second half against the Detroit. Dave Clark went with 49ers too. I'll just take the Bears, saying that they'll keep the 3 and a hook could be a field goal.
Yeah, right.
They lose, but they lose by 3. Bolts are at the Chiefs -4. The Chiefs have not covered anything all year round. Man, I went with them last week and they didn't cover against the Raiders.
I think I'm gonna. You know what? I'm not a big Kansas City fan. I don't like what the league does.
They get every call in the book.
Every call in the book. That's what they want. They want them in the Super Bowl again. I will not take Kansas City. No way.
You're going to take the Bolts?
I'm taking the Bolts.
Yeah, that's across the board. I'm taking the Bolts. Dave took the Bolts.
Yeah.
Kansas City could probably win by 3 or lose by 3, but the -4, I'll take the Bolts in the -4 and then the last one is the Monday nighter. That's the Sunday night game is the Bolts at the Chiefs. The Monday nighter is the Bengals at the Cowboys, and the Cowboys are getting 5.5 at home.
Oh my God. Yeah, because both teams are just not, man.
Again, a 4-8 Bengal, 5-7 Cowboys. Bengals problem is the Bengals defense is bad.
Yeah. Well, their
Burrow's
offense
good.
Burrow's is all right, but he's just not getting the time. His offensive line.
No, the line's not that great, but the Cowboys to me.
I think they're done.
Cooper Rush.
Yeah,
I'll take the Bengals because I like Cooper. I'll take Burrow over Cooper Rush.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I think the Bengals could beat them, but Dallas is just a train wreck.
Yeah, both these teams came into the season with high hopes, especially I think the Bengals. Cowboys people had questions because of the personnel lack of personnel decisions made by Jones in the offseason. The Bengals, however, came in with a lot of hope and just had too many bad losses beginning of the year with the poor defense.
Yeah.
And I guess your question is, do you want the Cowboys in the 5.5? Or can the Bengals cover?
I think the Bengals can cover. I think they're a better team. If Burrows gets any kind of protection, I think he could throw all over him.
Yeah, that's my pick. Is I'll take the Bengals and lay the 5 because I think Dallas is spent. The Broncos, the Colts, the Patriots, Commanders, and Ravens and Texans are off. So we have
is CeeDee Lamb? There was question about him. Is he hurt? There was some grumblings that I've heard that, and I don't know exactly, but he's not having. I don't think he's having a great year like I thought he would.
Well, now that Dak's out, I mean the quarterback situation,
you can't get it there.
You can't get the ball to him.
He's another one. What are you going to do with him? How do you franchise this guy? He hasn't done. Yeah, you maybe win in the season, but he gets in the playoffs and he just lays an egg. I mean, he's as bad as Watson, for God's sake.
He will play.
He will play.
Yeah, it says he's scheduled to play, but didn't they just give him a bunch of contract? He gave him a rookie extension. He got the extension, $136 million. CeeDee Lamb.
I'm in the wrong business.
Well, thank you, Bob.
Oh, I enjoyed it.
Coming in, we had a blast. Stay safe. Saturday morning sports page. Do not drink and do not drive.
Good day.
Reserve Radio.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
Interesting quote coming from Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12. Can I just, we're just talking, hanging out here. Can I say something? What? Can we chill with the my conference is so much better than your conference stuff? Like, I get it. You're trying to look out for your best interests, but it's getting a little much when we've got school presidents going on social media, pimping their schools out. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a little pet peeve of mine, but let's pump the brakes. Brett Yormark essentially said, "Hey, Travis Hunter, there's no competition for the Heisman." Okay, dude. Ashley Genty's pretty darn good. I'm not saying that he shouldn't win it, Travis Hunter, but there is competition. And Ashley Genty ran for 200 yards last night in a conference championship game. Speaking of the Big 12, Iowa State, Arizona, Heisman a little bit later on. Interesting quote coming from Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12. Can I just, we're just talking, hanging out here. Can I say something? What? Can we chill with the my conference is so much better than your conference stuff? Like, I get it. You're trying to look out for your best interests, but it's getting a little much when we've got school presidents going on social media, pimping their schools out. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a little pet peeve of mine, but let's pump the brakes. Brett Yormark essentially said, "Hey, Travis Hunter, there's no competition for the Heisman." Okay, dude. Ashley Genty's pretty darn good. I'm not saying that he shouldn't win it, Travis Hunter, but there is competition. And Ashley Genty ran for 200 yards last night in a conference championship game. Speaking of the Big 12, Iowa State, Arizona State set it going to break. Movement in the market, at least here at Circa. Now, Circa does have a presence and a big one in Iowa, so maybe some Iowa State money coming in courtesy of Circa Sports Iowa. But Iowa State, now at Circa, a 1-point favorite. They're also a favorite at DraftKings, a couple offshore shops as well. And then if you want to grab Arizona State or want to grab Iowa State, there are some pick'ems out there and a 1-point spread. But Kenny Dillingham, regardless, win or lose today, he has done an absolutely remarkable job at Arizona State, year 2 for the Sun Devils. And you look at this offense led by Sam Levitt. Cam Scatabo has been an absolute machine, almost 1,400 yards rushing this year. He's their second leading pass catcher coming out of the backfield, which is going to be important considering they don't have Jordan Tyson. But looking at this offense, how does Kenny Dillingham, a former offensive coordinator, look at this offense heading into this championship game today?
Yeah, obviously possession of the ball, like you can't score without the ball. So the longer we have it, I know some people don't agree with that, but I still believe there's some power in the ball, in possessing the ball and keeping a defense on the field and keeping your defense off the field, staying fresh. So it's been huge for us. Turnover margins, obviously, it's one of the strengths of the team we're about to play, Iowa State, as well. So we got to be hopefully better than them at taking care of the football. And they're going to hopefully be better than us.
What am I doing with my life? I love my job. I love working here at VEASAN. 37 years old. Kenny Dillingham's 34. The dude is leading a team into the Big 12 championship game today with a chance to go to the college football playoff in year 2 as the head coach of his alma mater. Man, sometimes you look at yourself and you're proud and you're like, man, look at what he's done with his life. Been the OC at Oregon, Florida State, Memphis, and now he's the head coach of his alma mater and an opportunity to win a championship where they're a favorite. Crazy to think that on a Thursday night in September, Arizona State was a 3-point underdog at Texas State, and now they are the favorites in the Big 12 championship game. Not at all books, because here at Circa, Iowa State has now moved to a 1-point favorite. Mentioned Cam Scatabo a bunch, as I should, because he's a monster. And, all this Heisman talk, it's going to be Travis Hunter, more than likely, or maybe Ashton Genty. But what about the importance of Cam Scatabo? And does Kenny Dillingham think that his stud running back should be in New York City next weekend?
When you talk about the Heisman Trophy, you talk about impact, right? I think it's the most impactful player or the best player. I don't know exactly what the clear definition is. It goes back and forth a little bit. But I don't know of a player who makes a bigger impact on a program. He took a team that won 3 games, and now they've won 10, that takes on his exact identity of him as a person, which is passionate, intense, physical, tough. The team's taken on that identity as a program, which has completely changed the trajectory of the program. And he's put up unreal stats that I think he's going to be one of 100 people potentially in the history of college football to put up another stat I saw about 2,000 yards from scrimmage or something. One of the other guys I coached in the past. It's like what he's accomplished is something special, and I think he should be talked about for that.
It's interesting when you look at some of the advanced numbers of Iowa State, 118th in the country against the run, 123 in tackling. They run that, as we talked to Mike Sanford, that 3-3-5 stack, which is not ideal when you're trying to slow down a dynamic running back like Cam Scatabo. 1,398 rushing yards on the year, 17 touchdowns, 35 catches coming out of the backfield for 468 yards. The offense for Arizona State has essentially been Cam Scatabo and Jordan Tyson. Jordan Tyson, 75 receptions, 1,101 yard, and 10 touchdowns. Well, unfortunately, Jordan Tyson is out for the remainder of the year. He's dealing with an injury, out indefinitely. And Matt Campbell, head coach of Iowa State, was asked about the importance of Jordan Tyson to that Arizona State offense and what he expects to see from the Sun Devils without Tyson this afternoon.
They're dynamic. I think they have such a unique ability to put the pressure on the defense in every way, shape, and form. And obviously, you never want to lose a good football player this time of year, but I think good football teams have great players, and they certainly got a collection of those guys. And you're right, you got great pass catchers at tight end. Obviously, you got an elite playmaker and some really talented guys on the outside, and then obviously, I think just with the tailback's ability, not only as a runner, but as a ball catcher in space, just so impressive. So, and then you got championship level quarterback play, and I think they've gotten that. I've just been so impressed with his ability to control the offense, to really put the offense in really advantageous situations to be successful. So, it'll be a great challenge for us defensively for sure.
You know who has 2,000-yard receivers playing today? Iowa State. Yeah. People don't really talk about the fact that they have two stud receivers in Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. They are the only team in the country with 2,000-yard receivers on their roster. And Arizona State's going to be without one. And they're going to be out with a guy who basically accounted, I think, for over 20% of their offensive production this year. Matt Campbell, he was that hot coaching candidate for so many years. And then things kind of trailed off a little bit. To me, and I know this isn't backed by statistical data or anything like that, but it feels like this is the moment that he kind of thrives in. No one's really talking about Iowa State. It's the great year that Arizona State has had, rightfully so. I like Iowa State here in this spot quite a bit. We'll get to my official plays, but I like Iowa State. We're seeing the market move that way. 2,000-yard receivers in Higgins and Noel. And Rocco Becht, yes, he could throw the ball into some precarious situations that is not ideal if you're backing Iowa State, but I really like this spot for the Clones. I think they're going to have a pretty significant amount of fans there in Jerry's world. So game starting at noon Eastern. We've seen the market move at some shops to Iowa State flipping to that favorite. Later tonight, we have Clemson and SMU. Iowa State, Arizona State is a pure on play-in game. Winner in, loser out. Not so clear about Clemson and SMU. Clemson wins, they're in. Clemson loses, they're out. SMU wins, they're in. SMU loses, maybe they're in, maybe they're out. We'll discuss that more. We'll get a clip from Brett McMurphy, but let's just focus on the game first. Where Clemson right now, a 2.5-point underdog against SMU, who is undefeated in ACC play. Their lone blemish coming on a Friday night against BYU. And Dabo Swinney knows that this SMU front, with a whole lot of Miami transfers, they're the real deal when it comes to slowing down the defense run game.
It's going to be as important as you can. I can't raise my hand high enough of importance because they're really good. They got between the quarterback and the back. I mean, they're incredibly explosive, like rocket ships, two rockets sitting back there that can launch at any time. And so I think tackling is a premium. We obviously we couldn't tackle that quarterback last week. It's not that we weren't there. You just got to give him a lot of credit. And so tackling will be at an all-time premium, because you have to, and then just doing the little things that we need to do to stop the run. But they do a great job. They're creative. They'll play with some tempo, but they've got, like I said, both of those guys can take it the distance. So it's a huge challenge.
Shard Smith is no joke, man. He's an absolute stud there for SMU, over 1,100 yards rushing. And then Kevin Jennings, who he alluded to, the quarterback for SMU. To think this team started Preston Stone. When you watch Kevin Jennings and you watch what Preston Stone was, no offense, sure, he's a lovely young man. Kevin Jennings was the clear-cut guy they should have been starting from day one. Hey, folks, with college football and the NFL playoffs coming soon, now's the time to give yourself a betting edge with a VSiN Pro subscription. Sign up now and get access to our daily best bets with a leaderboard to see which VSiN expert has the hot hand. 19 hours of live programming featuring expert breakdowns and in-game analysis, power, strength, and better ratings used by professional handicappers, plus our exclusive betting splits from both DraftKings and Circa with trends and analysis to make you a sharper bettor. Start betting smarter today for as little That's $9.99 to see everything VSiN has to up your betting game. VSiN.com/subscribe. VSIN.com/subscribe. I'm Tim Murray here at the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas. My partner in crime on the VSiN College Football Betting Podcast, Matt Humans. He joins us next right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
With the Bloomberg Business of Sports Report, I'm Michael Barr. J.P. Morgan Chase will sponsor the most prestigious part of English soccer club Arsenal's Emirates Stadium in London. According to people familiar with the matter, the U.S. banking giant becomes the first sponsor of Arsenal's Diamond Club, a lounge that hosts wealthy fans who pay tens of thousands of pounds a season to watch the team, known as the Gunners, in luxury surroundings. Membership to the club costs about $40,000 a year. The LPGA and the USGA released new gender policies. It states players must be assigned female at birth or have transitioned to female before going through male puberty to compete in tournaments. President-elect Trump picked Monica Crowley to serve as the administration's representative for major U.S.-hosted events, such as FIFA World Cup in 2026 and the Olympic Games in Los Angeles in 2028. With the Bloomberg Business of Sports Report, I'm Michael Barr.
Doors take us to summers away or winter adventures and afternoon getaways. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by working with you on a comprehensive plan to help you reach your wealth's full potential. Because doors were meant to be open.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it.
The Mahoning Valley Federals is the area's minor league football team. After only 2 years in existence and an appearance in the league playoff semifinal game, the Federals are looking to add Valley High School and college talent to help take the next step toward a league championship. For more information on how to become part of the Federals' journey, go to Facebook at the Mahoning Valley Federals Developmental Football Team or contact General Manager John Galbraith at 330-540-1099. The Mahoning Valley Federals, honoring the football tradition in the Valley.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Year over coaches like Tomlin and O'Connell and Payton and Harbaugh, who have overachieved, and you see their stamp on the team. I'm just telling you, Sean Payton is a great bet.
Make it rain with Adam Shine. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Join the guru, John Hansen, at the intersection of prop betting and fantasy sports on Prop Points, only on VSiN.
Why? I think it's because a lot of these read option quarterbacks stink. I think you want Flacco starting for the Colts.
John and his guests will help you find the connection between the two and give you his expert advice on how to capitalize when a number is too good to pass up. Prop Points, every weekday at 2 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
You're watching VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, where you get your winners.
Coming up in 15 minutes, who will the books need today? Chuck Esposito from Stations Casino here in Las Vegas will give us the latest betting numbers they're getting right before kickoffs of the early window. And, of course, plenty of time to still bet the late night games. VSiN's College Football Betting Podcast. We did a live stream of it on Thursday, and thanks to all of you who tuned in there to see me and Matt Humans break down the card. You can get that podcast wherever you get your podcasts, and Mr. Humans joins me right now on the VSiN, on the Progressive Guest Line. So, Matt, let's go right into Iowa State and Arizona State, a very intriguing game. We've seen late money now coming in on Iowa State. Total sitting around 50.5 in this one. I think you and I are in agreement on this contest. Iowa State, Arizona State kicking off in 45 minutes.
Yeah, also Chris the Bear Felica is on Iowa State. On the Friday Football Invitational, the Bear came in on the Cyclones last night. It was good to see that. The Bear's been on a good run. He's obviously a very good college handicapper. I think you look at the X's and O's of this game, and Iowa State has to know straight up what Arizona State's offensive approach is going to be today. So
Cam Scatabo, the running back, does almost everything for that offense. He's leading rusher, second leading pass catcher. He has 324 combined rushing yards in the past 2 games against BYU and Arizona. I think he's going to have to do even more today for Arizona State to win this game, because you got a freshman quarterback in Sam Levitt who's without his top receiver, Jordan Tyson. And Tyson has 75 receptions this season, 40 more than Scatabo, and 58 more than the Sun Devils' second most productive wide receiver. So I think Scatabo is going to be the guy on almost every snap that the Iowa State defense is going to key on. It's no secret that Scatabo is going to be the key to Arizona State's offensive success, or lack of it. On the Iowa State side, Rocco Becht is a quarterback who I do really like, and he's got 2 1,000-yard receivers in Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. Arizona State's been a great story this season, 3-9 to 10-2. I still think when you have a matchup like this for a Big 12 championship, you got to go with the veteran coach, Matt Campbell, a veteran quarterback in Rocco Becht. Arizona State's got a second-year coach in Kenny Dillingham and a freshman quarterback. I think the slight edge here goes to Arizona State. To Iowa State. I was a little bit surprised that Arizona State was a 2-point favorite this week. I thought it should have been more like a pick'em game. And actually, Tim, we did see the betting market finally shift a little bit on that this morning.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And we were keeping an eye on. I'm with you. We talked about this game on the podcast, both you and I in an agreement here. I took +2 with Iowa State, took some money line, and good to see the market agreeing with us. Not that it means we're going to get a winner, but the market is agreeing with us that Iowa State moving to a favorite at some shops. Matt Humans joining us here courtesy of our progressive guest line. As he mentioned, the Circa Friday Football Invitational. If you're a VSiN Pro subscriber, you have access to all of those picks. And there was another popular play, which was Georgia and Texas. It was interesting. Pete Wilder, who's currently in second place, he went with the over in Georgia, Texas. Also, Chuck Edel, currently in first place, went with the over. And Chris the Bear Felica, currently in third place, he took the points with Georgia. And I think that's the way, Matt, you're looking for the SEC championship. And if you look around, there are some threes out there for Georgia if you're looking to back the dog.
Yeah, DraftKings has had a 3 the past few days, if you like the dog in this game. The one thing I don't like about Georgia is Carson Beck and the way he's playing. The quarterback has been off the whole season. Tim, maybe he's got too many off-field distractions. I don't know. But I'm on Georgia for the second time in this game, and the first time on October 19th in Austin, Georgia was a 5-point dog, led that game 23-0 at halftime, and won it 30-15, despite Carson Beck throwing 3 interceptions, no touchdown passes. That was a dominant performance by the Georgia defense. Forced 4 turnovers, totaled 7 sacks, held Texas to 29 yards on the ground. And that was clearly a game that Kirby Smart outcoached Steve Sarkisian. And also, the Longhorns were sloppy on offense, kind of what we saw from UNLV last night in the Mountain West Championship game. Some sloppy offensive play. And I think what Sark is going to do this time is play Arch Manning a little bit more. I do really think that Arch Manning makes Texas more of a threat offensively, because Manning is athletic. He can get outside the pocket. He's got the speed to make plays against the Georgia defense. Arch Manning does not run like Peyton Manning and Eli. He's a much better athlete, and he's going to give that Georgia defense a different look here if Sark plays both quarterbacks as much as I think he should. When you look at that Texas A&M game a week ago, Quinn Ewers threw a pick 6, an 85-yard pick 6 to put A&M right back in the game. Arch Manning had a nice touchdown run. It was really the difference when the Longhorns won and covered. I actually think Georgia should get a boost here. Trevor Etienne, I'm not sure if you've heard anything. I think it's going to be a game time decision, but it looks like Georgia's star running back is going to return. He's missed past 3 games with a rib injury. He had 87 yards and 3 touchdowns in that first game against Texas. And I mentioned this on the college football betting podcast, Tim. And I think you had mentioned that we had something like 2 million or 2 billion views on that podcast.
I think, like 2.5 billion. I think somewhere in that ballpark. Yeah.
Okay, that's a pretty solid number, even though we got to try to do better for the bowl season. The revenge angle is something a lot of people like to play in games like this. There have been 7 rematches in SEC title games going back about 25 years. The team that won the first meeting is 5-2 in the title games. I heard the Bear say on his podcast that he didn't think Texas can do enough to reverse that result from the first meeting. And I agree with him. I don't see all this improvement that a lot of people are claiming the Longhorns have made since that first meeting. I do respect Texas's defense tremendously, but I don't see that Quinn Ewers and the offense have made that leap. And again, when you're playing in Atlanta, the location advantage does mean something here from Georgia. I'm not really talking about the fans. Just playing close to home, where it's more like a true road trip for Texas. It's the same situation in the ACC championship game, where Clemson gets to play close to home. It's like a road trip for SMU. So I did play Georgia +3.
Matt Youmans joining us here on VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show. He and I give you the Thursday breakdown of the college football card on the VSiN College Football Betting Podcast. Of course, he hosts the award-winning Friday Circa Football Invitational. Also worth noting, Pete Thamel mentioned Kelvin Banks, the star left tackle for Texas, game time decisions. So we'll keep our eyes on that. You handicap the Big Ten as good as anyone I've met, Matt. And I know that the dog has intrigued you in this spot, but you've got some PTSD regarding backing James Franklin. The market is taking Penn State here. The hooks are all getting scooped up here. I don't know if you have a bet yet or if you've gotten to the window. Are you interested in the dog, even though it's big game James on their sideline here tonight?
Well, that's what scares me away, because I actually wanted to take Penn State +3.5 this week, but I just can't do it with James Franklin. I've been burned too many times, including in the Ohio State game this year. When how do you flop and lose to Ryan Day in a big game, right? Well, James Franklin can do it, and the Penn State coaching staff really blew it, I thought, in that first meeting against the Buckeyes. Tim, I'm sure you've seen this trend. James Franklin is an underdog, 0-9 straight up, 2-7 against the spread. So he is the classic bully who can beat up on the bad teams. When he's got to step up in class, he can't get it done. He falls short. I thought 3.5 was a bit of an inflated number. I thought about taking Penn State. Then the Lions have plenty of talent to go toe-to-toe with Oregon. You do give the Ducks a bit of an edge because Dylan Gabriel's he's one of the most experienced quarterbacks we've ever seen in college football. But I think it is the type of game that comes down to a field goal in the fourth quarter. And I don't think the Ducks are head and shoulders better than Penn State. So I can see why the market moved down to 3 here. My initial number on this game was Oregon 3. But I also think when it gets to 3, you're going to see people make a case for, hey, this is a cheap price on the Ducks. As of right now, I'm passing on the game. I'll probably live bet it if I see something, but I don't have a bet pregame on the Big Ten title game.
Real quickly, Matt, any thoughts on the ACC championship tonight? We got 30 seconds.
I don't. I think you can make a clear case that SMU is the better team. But who's going to show up a quarterback for Clemson? Is it going to be Jekyll or is it going to be Hyde? And I think the location advantage, it is an advantage for Clemson to be playing in Charlotte. There's no doubt about it. And that's probably going to keep me off of SMU, even though that's the side I wanted to play. Do you have a bet on SMU?
I have a bet on Clemson. I took 2.5 with Clemson. I was hoping to get 3. There was a 3 that showed up for, it felt like a millisecond this morning offshore, got scooped up right away. So it looks like 2.5 probably going to be the number where this ultimately goes off. Hey, Matt, always appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you later next week.
You bet. Thanks.
There he is, Matt Youmans. Check him out at Matt Youmans 247. Read all his content on vsin.com. And as mentioned, he and I give you the Thursday breakdown on the VSiN College Football Betting Podcast. Bowl season, it starts next week. Who will the house need? Today, we'll find out next. Chuck Esposito from Stations Casino right here on VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human. And she's got this little toy she's always playing with all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese, and guess what? Egg rolls showed up. Like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
I'm Paul George of the Indiana Pacers. When I was 6, my days were spent playing basketball. When I was 6, my dream was to make it to the NBA. When I was 6, my mom had a stroke. So I want you to learn to spot a stroke fast. F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911. I'm Paul George. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
With all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com.
You spoke, we listened. Introducing the all-new VEASAN Watch app. Now, you can watch and listen to VEASAN expert analysis live wherever you are. Missed a show? No problem. Catch replays of VEASAN's full lineup at any time. View highlights sorted by sport. Or use the search feature to find specific teams and topics you're looking for. And the best part? It's free for a limited time. Download the VEASAN Watch app today. Available now on the App Store and Google Play. And join us on the Sports Betting Network.
You're watching VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, where you get your winners.
Games will kick off here in 30 minutes. Iowa State, Arizona State, and hashtag MACtion, Ohio and Miami of Ohio. Those will be your 2 championship games in the noon Eastern window. Only one game in the afternoon. It's almost like the folks at ESPN anticipate a lot of eyeballs on the SEC championship game. Georgia and Texas, and then 3 in the nightcap. Marshall, UL Lafayette, Clemson, SMU, Penn State, Oregon. Who will the books need? He's been joining us all season long, so today would be no different. Chuck Esposito, our good friend from the Stations Casino here in lovely Las Vegas. And Chuck, let's go to the first game. I guess I got to continue a tradition and see who you guys will ultimately need. It's a hard one. There's no clear-cut, massive favorite. So I guess my guess today will be you will be big-time Penn State fans. I would say the most lopsided ticket count as of right now of the 6 conference championship games. Give me Oregon.
You are correct, Tim.
Yeah.
You are correct.
Boom.
Yep. 82% of the tickets are on the Ducks. They're by far the number one ticket count. So you're right on. Good job, buddy.
All right. We end the regular season on a high note, but we still have plenty more football to get to. But let's start with Iowa State and Arizona State. I'm curious what you've seen this morning because the market has now completely shifted. Now, look, it's no key numbers, but we are seeing a flip of favorites. Arizona State spent most of the week as the favorite. I took Iowa State at your shop earlier this week at +2, and now everywhere you look, it's Iowa State -1. So what have we seen this morning, Chuck, on Iowa State, Arizona State?
Yeah, although the ticket count still favors the Sun Devils at about 70%, money clearly favors Iowa State. You look at Iowa State, they're 10-2 straight up in their last 12 games, and you've just seen a lot of backing on Iowa State so far over the last 24 hours. So we're going to be ASU fans when this game kicks off.
70% of the tickets on ASU, but as Chuck just mentioned, money in on Iowa State to see that market move. Let's go to Ohio and Miami of Ohio. Chuck, you guys are a shop that's just based here in Nevada. So when you have a championship like this, Ohio and Miami, there's, bigger profile games. What is the handle like on this particular game and anything of note for the MAC title kicking off in less than a half hour?
It's strange, but the game really hasn't moved. And you usually see some movement in college football. You haven't seen any movement on this game. We opened at 2.5, rematch of a game they played not too long ago. Ohio comes in 9-3, Miami 8-4. 65% of the tickets are on Miami, but you do have a high over, probably the highest over ticket count of all the games today at 85% on the over in this game, Tim.
Good God. People, 85% of the tickets on the over in the MAC title game. I mean,
that's what I said, but
you know what, Chuck, I'm going to have to jump on the under. You've pushed me over the top, 80 on the over in the MACtion. Come on. What are we doing? All right. Let's get to the SEC championship. We're talking to Chuck Esposito, race and sportsbook director at the Red Rock Casino. Shouts to the Red Rock. Love that, facility there. They've got a lot of great stations, casinos all across the city of Las Vegas. Let's get to, Georgia and Texas. Looking at your app right now, looks like Texas slightly juiced at -15. You're seeing varying juices. There is one shop here in town that's at 3. There is a DraftKings Juice 3 as well. My guess would be kind of two-way action on this one, Georgia and Texas. What have you seen so far with the rematch of Georgia-Texas from middle of October?
Yeah, the 4 big conference championship games today. This is probably the one that's the closest as far as ticket count goes. About 62% in favor of Texas, about 70% toward the over. You're right. It's the rematch. Texas's only loss coming to the Bulldogs, 30-15. Georgia's 10-2. Georgia 22-3 straight up in their last 25 games. Texas 5-0 straight up in their last 7 games. Maybe interesting. Texas 7 of their last 8 games has gone under. So maybe you see some underplay here at that total of 51. But right now, it looks like we're going to be slight Texas fans when this game kicks off.
Chuck, when you talk about the total, and, I mentioned it a little bit regarding the point spread from last night, right? It was UNLV 4 in town late October. It was UNLV 4, catching 4, and then catching 4.5 last night. And Boise State goes out and wins that game, pretty comfortably. Georgia, Texas, I think the total was around 57 when these two teams played in October. So as an odds maker, what have you done to adjust that number? Do you think it's too much of a move? It's almost a full touchdown. You guys have moved from where it was in October to where it is now. And it's worth noting that game did go under. 30-15 was the final score back in the middle of October.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you have to make somewhat of an adjustment, Tim. And I think you look at Texas and the way that their totals have gone under. And then these two teams played, only 45 points were scored in that game. So we opened the number up that we thought would draw a good two-way action and going to let the public kind of drive us up or down. They did drive us up a bit, though. We did open the total at 49. Mm-hmm. It has gone up to 51. So maybe too much of an adjustment to start with. But it's kind of settled in at 51, and it's been there now for a few days.
Yeah, 51 also being a key number, certainly in football. 27-24, certainly a very common thought process there when it comes to a final number. All right, let's get to the primetime games. We hit on Oregon, Penn State. We'll circle back to that here in just a moment. But Clemson, SMU, I am on Clemson in this spot. I took 2.5. I was hoping that we'd get 3, and there was a a shop in a far-off land that touched 3 earlier this morning, and it felt like it was a millisecond. Adios. That thing was scooped up. So what have you guys seen on SMU Clemson? I would imagine folks think that SMU may be a little on sale here at under a field goal.
Yeah, I mean, there's been really no movement in the game itself. We opened at 2.5. The total's gone up just a little bit. You talk about SMU. I mean, they can score with anybody in the country. They're scoring almost 40 points per game. They're on a 9-game winning streak. They're 5-0 straight up in their last 5 games, 7-2 against a number in their last 9 games. Clemson 14-3 straight up in their last 17. The total has gone under, though, in 4 of Clemson's last 5 games. But I thought this game would hit 3 as well. You're seeing some 2.5s that are juiced out there. They might drive us up with this game being a 5 o'clock kickoff. But ticket count clearly favors the Mustangs here, as it's 74% in favor of SMU.
All right, Pony's getting 74%. So that would lock in there as the number 2 most public place so far at Stations Casino. Oregon, 82%. Anything of note with Marshall and Louisiana? Looks like you're still sitting 6. Some market movement, not that it's 6 is a keyish number. Some 5s out there starting to show up. So it looks like a market wide, maybe a little Marshall money showing, but anything of note in the Sun Belt Championship tonight?
No, they clearly drove us up on this game, though. We opened Lafayette 4, and the game's gone all the way up to 6, and really haven't seen the buyback I thought we would get. Total's gone up from 57 to 58, but nothing unusual, but pretty one-sided in favor of the favorite here.
All right, pretty one-sided there on Louisiana. All right, let's circle back to Penn State, Oregon. 3.5 right now for you guys. You have it juiced -20 towards Penn State, and you're asking for it because you're really one of the few 3.5 still out there in the market. I see DraftKings, which obviously not in Nevada, but in many states across the country, still at 3.5. That's juiced as well. So do you think you're going to start to see that 3.5 get scooped up, knowing that you're kind of one of the few 3.5 still out there in the market?
We've been there for a while, Tim, and sharp action drove us up. We opened the game 3.5, so we really haven't moved. So we've had kind of good two-way action on the game itself. We've moved the juice a little bit, but clearly not enough to get us off that 3.5. I still think as it gets later in the day, we're going to continue to see some Oregon money. I think it's going to take a lot to push us off that 3.5 right now.
Chuck Esposito joining us courtesy of our Progressive Guest Line. Chuck, we'll find out on Sunday. The college football playoff bracket will come out, and we know Boise State will be in it, more than likely getting that first round bye. Just kind of prognosticating, you've been doing this a long time. What do you anticipate that handle to be for those first round games in 2 weeks from now?
I think it'll be tremendous, Tim. I think, we've talked about it that unfortunately bowl games over the last few years, you've seen a decrease in handle. You've seen so many guys go into the transfer portal, guys who don't want to play who are going into the NFL. Now you've got all these meaningful games. I think it's going to be huge. I think we're going to see kind of a record handle on some of these games early on in the college football playoff.
All right, just to wrap up here, the most lopsided total is the MAC over. I still can't get over that.
I can't either, buddy.
85% of people at Chuck's shop betting the over. My God, people. It's the MAC. Chill. All right, Chuck, always appreciate it, man. And we'll talk to you, no doubt, next week. We'll keep it rolling, even with college football winding down here.
All right. Sounds great, buddy. Take care, Tim.
There he is, Chuck Esposito. Always love getting his insight. And look, I'll just say this. He kind of gives us the answers to the test more often than not. And not that it is always foolproof, but man, it is, it's wild to see that. Hey, folks, ready to tailgate, elevate your tailgate game? You need to try Sewell's Barbecue. Born from a backyard cookout and a mason jar of unforgettable flavor, Sewell's has become a Southern favorite, lighting up taste buds from Georgia to the Carolinas. From ribs and wings to a backyard burger, Sewell's takes every bite to the next level. You can order it at SewellsBarbecueSauce.com. That's Sewell's, SEWELLS BBQ Sauce.com. My best bets for championship Saturday next.
Guys, it's finally
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets, and they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Okay, what are you wearing right now? Nothing. That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go.
Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you?
What?
Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No. Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this. To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the right seat. Cool. Very cool. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hello, Kubo. What have you got planned for today?
Come on, this way.
Adventure can be found anywhere, but the best place to start is in the forest.
It's the most powerful magic there is.
Head outside to discover incredible animals.
Wow.
And beautiful plants that come together to create an unforgettable adventure. So grab your loved ones and explore a world of possibilities. Visit discovertheforest.org to find the closest forest or park to you. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
My teacher said that we should have a plan in case of an emergency. Do we have one?
First thing I'm going to do is grab a flashlight with dead batteries.
I'm going to start randomly throwing clothes in the bag. You two will be hiding in the closet and Dad won't be able to find you.
And that's when we both start crying.
Uncontrollably. Can you pass the cutlets?
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Make sure your kids know what to do during an emergency. Who to call, where to meet, what to pack. Search Ready Kids at nyc.gov or call 311. Brought to you by the New York City Office of Emergency Management and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Then we thought, they're not. They don't have enough talent.
Don't miss out on crucial advice for live betting once the game starts, as well as looking ahead to the upcoming action. Tune in to Ready, Set, Bet, Saturdays at 7 p.m. and Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part, they accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
You're watching VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show right here on VSiN, the sports betting network, where you get your winners.
We keep it rolling here on VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show. 2 games coming up at the top of the hour as we have Arizona State and Iowa State in the Big 12 Championship, a win and in situation. And then we also have the MAC title. I still cannot get over the fact that Stations Casino, their most lopsided total is the over in the MAC championship game. For what it's worth, Grace Remington, her best bet for today was the under in the MAC championship game. And I would agree with Grace on that one. Ohio, Miami of Ohio, 2 very slow-paced teams. I'll give you some numbers here on the pace of these 2 teams. Redhawks, Miami that is, 124 in tempo. And Ohio, 123 in tempo as well. So, not that crazy when it comes to the tempos there regarding those 2 squads. So we will see how it all plays out this afternoon. Miami and Toledo, Miami and Ohio. So used to Toledo being in the MAC title game. They were in it last year as a 7.5-point favorite and did not win. And worth noting, as I mentioned, a 7.5-point favorite. There are none this week. Where are they? This point spreads for this weekend, 0 games higher than 6. Louisiana and Marshall, the highest spread on the board. If you look at last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we had 5 games in each one of those weekends with a point spread of 6 or higher. Now, last night wasn't all that competitive, as all 3 games were rather one-sided. But hopefully, for today's sake, we get some close games. Dogs barking a little bit yesterday. 1 and 2 were the underdogs yesterday. Hopefully, the dogs will be barking a little bit more today as we get into my best bets, which are brought to you by G Bank, the official bank of VSiN. And I'm in on Iowa State, and I love to see the market moving the way that it is today. Iowa State is now the favorite. Look, I think the loss of Jordan Tyson is being not discussed enough. The guy has over 1,100 receiving yards this season for Arizona State, and he will be sidelined due to injury. Cam Scatabo, we've talked about him a bunch throughout the program. He has been tremendous this year, almost 1,400 yards rushing, 17 touchdowns. Kenny Dillingham and his squad, 10-2 ATS this year. They are the best cover team in the country, them and Marshall. But I like Iowa State here. I look at a team in which you've got 2,000-yard receivers. You've got a quarterback in Rocco Becht who, yes, can make some mistakes from time to time, but a veteran quarterback. And it just feels like these are the spots that you want to bat Matt Campbell. Historically, he has thrived as a dog, 35-22 as an underdog. Worth noting, since 2020, hasn't been as good as an underdog, just 7-9-1 ATS as a dog. However, been a dog once this year at Iowa. They came back and won that game. And they did a good job in the second half of slowing down Johnson. If you remember that, he did not really get much going at all on the ground, and he was the offense for Iowa. What does Arizona State want to do? Want to run the football. Well, Iowa State metrically does not have a lot of success slowing down the run. I will give you that. But I think knowing that Cam Scatabo is essentially the whole offense today, give me Iowa State plus the points, now a small favorite as that game about to kick off in 12 minutes. Hey, folks, the G-Bank Visa Signature Card is your best bet, delivering 1% cashback rewards on eligible gaming transactions and 2% cashback rewards on all other eligible purchases. For more information, head on over to vsin.com/GBank. That's VSIN.com/GBank. Subject to credit approval, terms and conditions do apply. I'm also in on Clemson. I will take the points with Clemson. I was really hoping for a 3. Interesting. Chuck Esposito believes that maybe they will get to 3, knowing that this game kicks off 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. So I'm going to keep my eyes on the app all throughout the day, especially if we can get a 3. It was interesting. Brad Powers, college football handicapper, was on VSiN Primetime earlier this week, and he said he initially took SMU when they were catching 3. That's what Circa opened at. But he said he would have a bigger position on Clemson if that got to 3. So he likes the dog in Clemson a little bit more than SMU. And then if you're going to bet Clemson to win today, I do think you put a little small piece on Alabama to miss the college football playoff. Right now, the number at DraftKings plus 275, FanDuel 3-1. I think you look at that number, and I think that number's off. Now, could Alabama make it if SMU wins? Yeah, they're in if SMU wins. The question now becomes, what if SMU loses by 3 or 7 today in Charlotte against Clemson? We played you the Rhett Lashley clip from Andy and Ari's podcast, Andy Staples and Ari Wasserman earlier today. By the way, Ari Wasserman going to join the program in 10 minutes. And Rhett Lashley joked, hey, what if we just got COVID and didn't play the game? The committee has us in right now. How are we going to get punished for losing a game potentially? And Alabama, who's not playing, Indiana, who's not playing, Ohio State, Tennessee, Notre Dame, none of those teams are playing today. They're not going to get punished. They're done. Their data points, their hay is in the barn, so to speak. Well, Brett McMurphy was on VSiN Primetime earlier this week. Brett McMurphy, one of the best college football insiders out there, in my opinion, also part of the Friday football contest on VSiN. And he had some strong words regarding the possibility of SMU losing today and what would happen next with Sunday's bracket reveal.
Yeah, Tim, in my projections right now, and I'm actually going to probably update them every day this week. I'll have a new one out tomorrow. The playoff will stay the same. I actually think Alabama is going to get in. But Alabama and Miami is going to be a tough call. I think the easiest situation for the committee is if SMU loses and does not get blown out. Look, I don't care what SMU's strength of schedule is, their record versus ranked teams, yards per play, you can give me any stat. I don't care. They will have gone undefeated in ACC play. There is no way in hell the committee is going to leave out an ACC team that went undefeated in conference play in the regular season for a second consecutive season. If SMU loses to Clemson, Clemson gets the auto bid, SMU stays in the top 12, and that bounces out Alabama and Miami.
Strong words from Brett McMurphy, who joined VSiN Primetime earlier this week. And that's why I look at that number right now. And if you are of the belief like I am that Clemson's going to beat SMU, I think at plus 275, 3-1, I'm not saying a full unit play, but a half position, a little pizza money, if you will, on Alabama to miss. And I feel like I'm in the minority here. I've heard it all week. I heard it from Matt Humans on the podcast. Who does ESPN want? It's a television show. Whose ratings will be higher? Alabama, Notre Dame, SMU, Notre Dame. It's a no-brainer. Alabama, Notre Dame. I totally understand that. There's a difference from last year to this year. Last year, what happened? Undefeated Florida State got left out of the 14 playoff. Why? Two things. Jordan Travis, their starting quarterback, broke his ankle against North Alabama, and Alabama beat Georgia, the number one team in the country. Who's Alabama playing today? Nobody. I don't understand why there's so much confidence out there, especially in the betting market, that Alabama is a lock to get in if SMU loses by 3. According to the playoff committee, right now, SMU is ranked higher than Alabama. They're 8th. Bama is 11th. Could they change their mind? Of course they could. They've done it before. But my belief is if this game is a close game, I think SMU still sneaks their way in, and I think they should sneak their way in. Yes, Alabama has a win over Georgia, who could very well be the SEC championship come the end of the day. And that could be the ultimate trump card out there for Alabama when the committee tells us who's in the field of 12. Obviously, this all could be moot. SMU could go out and win the damn game. They are the favorite to win the game today. Kevin Jennings is a phenomenal quarterback. I look at Clemson, and I think this is a team that has, it's like a cat. It's like its 9th life. They lose to Georgia, get blown out week 1. All right, put them out of the way. Then they start playing good football. Then they welcome in Louisville. They get smoked by Louisville. Done. No chance they're going to make the ACC championship. Done. Not going to get into the playoff. Lose to South Carolina. Definitely not getting in the playoff. Oh, what's this? Miami? You lost up at the Dome to Syracuse, leading 21-0, then losing 42-38? Well, Clemson, little old Clemson, backdoors their way into the ACC championship, now has an opportunity to win said ACC championship. And Cade Klubnik, if he can avoid making that back-breaking interception like he did to South Carolina, I think he takes care of business. So give me the points with Clemson and a small position on Alabama to miss the playoff at plus 275 or 3-1, depending on what book you can look at. I'll ask the same question to Ari Wasserman. He'll join us top of the hour. It's VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues.
In 96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in 09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky. Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app. To WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Eastern on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com.
This is VSiN, the sports betting network.
You're watching VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show right here on VSiN, the sports betting network, where you get your winners.
Games about to kick off. 2 conference championship games. One at Jerra's World, as the Big 12 champion will be crowned Arizona State or Iowa State. I was at Big 12 Media Days over the summer, and so we all predicted, I walked around, hey, who do you think it'll be? It'll be Arizona State. Sparky's definitely going to make it there, and they'll be the favorite, too, against Iowa State. And also the MAC championship about to get underway. A gentleman who's going to be taking it all in and then reacting to it on his podcast, Andy and Ari. It is Ari Wasserman who joins us courtesy of our progressive guest line. All right, before they kick this one off in Arlington, your quick thoughts on Arizona State and Iowa State, Ari, and do they have an opportunity to potentially earn a bye with a victory today, the winner of this game?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole discussion right now, right? Because Boise State won on Friday night, and Boise winning convincingly and having a running back who rushed for another 160 yards or whatever it was, and 190, I guess. It's a pretty interesting debate because it's like, do you reward the G5 team that has not lost in the regular season outside of, a road game at Oregon, put them in ahead, or do you just put a power team in there? So at this point right now, based on the way that the rankings look, it seems kind of unlikely that they would move Arizona State or Iowa State ahead because Boise State's already ahead and they just picked up another win against a ranked team on Friday night and a pretty convincing one at that. So, I think that this is kind of just a pure playoff game, if you will. Win and get in, and I think they'll be fortunate to be in, let alone whether or not they get a bye. So it's the first playoff game of the 2024 season.
Yeah, and look, people complain about the expanded playoff. To be honest, do we care about the Big 12 championship game in the 4-team setting? Probably not. But outside of just being a football game that we love watching football, but this is a play-in game. I want to throw one scenario at you regarding a potential bye. Arizona State, Iowa State currently 15-16. Arizona State's 15, Iowa State's 16. Let's say Clemson wins by 3 today over SMU and Iowa State wins by 3 as I try to will home both my bets that I have there. Ari, who do you think gets the bye in that situation, Iowa State or Clemson?
I think I might actually go with the Big 12 in that scenario because Clemson just has you know what, man? I don't know. I know you got to come in here and be cool and act like you have all the answers.
No, we don't know what they're going to do.
Coin flip. So, Clemson beating SMU would be an impressive win, and they did a pretty good job of staying close with the South Carolina team that I think the committee at least respects. So, I think that you could make the case there that Clemson could get there. But then on the other hand, too, it's like I don't think that we're under any thought that like the ACC is unquestionably better and deeper than the Big 12, and it's been quite the year with unpredictable results and stuff when it comes to how the Big 12 panned out. Like I think that's a coin flip.
Ari Wasserman joining us here courtesy of our progressive guest line. He works with On3. He and Andy Staples do a podcast. Check it out, Andy and Ari, wherever you get your podcasts. They do live streams as well following Saturday's action. So make sure you check that out. Follow him on social media. Let's jump ahead to tonight. Let's go to the Big Ten championship game where we've seen the market react a little bit here to Penn State. We've seen some hooks get scooped up. 3s are out there if you want to back the favorite in Oregon. There is a 3.5, it looks like, still at DraftKings. How do you see tonight unfolding at Lucas Oil, Penn State against Oregon?
Hey, can you just be a good buddy of mine, Tim, and tell me why any actions on Penn State right now? This line was confusing from the beginning, so I don't, and now we're going in the opposite direction.
Ari, it's that overwhelming confidence in James Franklin because he thrives in these roles, right? He's 1-16 all time against top 5 teams.
And listen, I think I know that being very good at betting is also about like the data and, your notions of who's chokes in big games or who played who is like, that's secondary to what does the data say, right? So maybe the data is just, bearing out Penn State. But from a conventional wisdom standpoint, what I think I understand about Penn State is that it's a team that doesn't have any good receivers, struggles offensively against top tier matchups, and they're playing one of the best offenses in the country. And they're getting 3. So, I think Penn State might be able to score, but, are they going to be able to score enough? I know they've got a very good defense and maybe a top 10 pick in Abdul Carter, but they're going to stop Oregon from scoring 30 points. That would be a good defensive effort if they kept Oregon to 28. Are they going to score 25? Do we feel good about that? I don't. I mean, I think that today's a very difficult day for me. I think that the betting situation today is tough. The Arizona State, Iowa State game. I don't even know if God knows who's going to win that one. But the one that I feel good about, the one that I'm playing would be Oregon -3 because I don't know what the pathway to them covering is. If Oregon, if Penn State comes out and scores 35 points, then I guess I'll just go down like a man. But like, when's that happened against a team like that?
Yeah, there's no doubt. Like I am staying away from this game. Normally, I would hold my nose and take the dog here, but I just we've seen this, we've danced this dance a little too many times. Big picture question here on Oregon. If they win today, they'll be the 1 seed. Obviously, they're the only undefeated team remaining in college football. Ari, when you look at Oregon, do you believe they are the best football team in the country?
I think that I would have some questions about that, like in other years. But in a year like this, where teams have been telling us time and time again who they are, Oregon continues to tell us who they are. It's like, do you believe that Alabama can win a national championship, or Georgia, or any of the other teams that have lost 2 or 3 times? Like, how could I say, I think Ohio State or Georgia can win the national title, and then come on the show and be like, the team that hasn't lost this year and has played a pretty difficult schedule will not, I feel like we have to start believing teams in this era of who's good, who's not, and they've shown time and time again that they're a very good football team. So the thing that's interesting from the betting standpoint, Tim, as you know, is that Oregon and Georgia and Ohio State, the teams that came into the year as the favorites, all have very similar or identical odds to win it as of right now, right? So it's kind of just choose your horse.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Ari Wasserman joining us here, courtesy of our progressive guest line. All right, Ari, before I let you run, Clemson, SMU, Georgia, Texas, 2 Power 4 championships will start in Atlanta. Texas laying 2.5. There are 3s out there. We saw them play each other already. Do you think Texas gets their revenge today?
I think they do. The first matchup, I think, is it was a terrible game for Texas. They turned the ball over a ton. And I think that in the 4 scoring drives that Georgia had in the first half to break that game wide open, no drive was longer than 30 yards or something. They turned the ball over a lot and played a very bad game. So I don't know how much you can draw from Georgia just beat the crap out of Texas. There's no way that Texas could win this game. I think on a neutral field, indoors, having played once, they play clean football. They're probably the better football team this year. So I'll take Texas. And then in the other one, kind of a tough call, right? Clemson, when you go into the believe who they told you who they are, Clemson's told you they're bad. But then on the other hand, too, you have all the extra mental gymnastics that bettors go through, including myself, which is Dabo's played on the stage quite a bit. They actually have a collection of really good players, especially defensively. SMU is in their first year in the ACC. How prepared could they be to actually win that conference in year 1? You're taking points with an experienced coach who's won multiple national championships. I get why people can get themselves into a pretzel in that scenario. I think SMU is going to win. I just don't think Clemson's very good. But at the same time, too, they have probably the best collection of players that SMU has seen all year, and a coach who's played in this stage, in this setting, time and time again, and has been very successful in that setting. So they're tough games today, Tim. There's no bones about it.
Yeah.
And you don't have 50 games to choose from.
No, you don't. By the way, I'm looking over to my right and I'm seeing Cam Scatabo running wild down the field there. So already a big run there for Cam Scatabo on the first play from scrimmage. All right, Ari, I'll let you go on this. Let's say Clemson does win. Who gets in, SMU or Alabama?
You know what? I think everybody thinks Alabama. I think the betting markets will tell you that it's Alabama. I don't think it's going to be Alabama.
I don't either.
I really don't. And I don't think that it should be. So, I guess it depends on what the margin of defeat is in this hypothetical. But I think if SMU plays a close game, they have no losses in conference play during the regular season. Their second loss comes in a game that Alabama didn't have to play in. I think that Alabama getting in is the most interesting in terms of a chaos scenario for our show. But in terms of what's just, I understand too if the SEC was just gangbusters this year, but everybody's got 3 losses in that conference. I don't know how they determine the betting odds for a group of people when there aren't people in there in the room taking notes. I think you're the one who made that point to me over text, right?
Yeah.
They don't have any moles in there. They don't know what's going on.
They have no idea
how they're going to do it.
They have no idea. Ari, last year when Florida State beat Louisville, they were a massive favorite in the betting market to make the college football playoff. They don't know. They don't know. I'm with you. I think I'm on an island here, but if SMU loses close, which I expect to happen, I think they still get in. But Ari, always appreciate it, man. Enjoy the day, and we'll be watching tonight. You and Andy break it all down.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry if it was a little loud. We were walking through a construction zone there, so I appreciate you bearing with me. I'm looking forward to the games, and thanks so much for having me on.
There he is, Ari Wasserman. Check him out. Andy and Ari, really good college football insight. They are two best buds, and they talk college football for a living. It's a really good watch and listen, so make sure you check that out. Look, Alabama, I'll say this. 2 weeks ago, you went to Oklahoma. Everyone wants to say, what would Alabama be against SMU? Okay, Alabama would be the favorite. Alabama was the favorite when they went to Norman. They lost by 3 touchdowns. Alabama was a 24-point favorite when they went to Nashville. They lost to Vanderbilt. Both those teams, by the way, 6-6. We'll get you updated on the 2 conference championship games that are going on right now and continue to preview the big ones that's still to come this evening. It is VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. This Black Friday, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Hurry into Verizon this Black Friday. Service plan required for Watch and Tab. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
The NBA is finally back. A new season means new ways to get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code VEGAS. That's code VEGAS for new customers.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
The VSiN Morning Line, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on VSiN, the sports betting network. Sean Green and Ryan Kramer bring an energetic approach to sports betting to keep you entertained while sweating your bets on the Sports Gambling Podcast live at VSiN.
There is something to the idea of the smart teams might be zagging. You see all the best offenses in the National Football League have a fullback.
If you like defense, if you like football, how can you not be okay with 2 high safeties?
Join Sean and Ryan every Friday night at 11 p.m. Eastern on the Sports Gambling Podcast live at VSiN, right here on the Sports Betting Network.
You're watching VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show, right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, where you get your winners.
Championship Saturday is underway, ladies and gentlemen, and Arizona State strikes first. Not a touchdown. They kick a 32-yard field goal, but forks up. They're on the board. Cam Scatabo had a 28-yard run on the opening drive. First offensive play went for 28 yards, and we discussed it. This run defense is not great for Iowa State. and the first possession or first play for Iowa State, a batted ball. So 2nd and 10 now for the Iowa State Cyclones. Early first quarter, 3-0 Arizona State with that early advantage. No score yet in the MAC championship as Miami of Ohio taking on Ohio. The 101st meeting all time between those two universities from the Buckeye States. We'll see who gets the championship. Miami looking to repeat as MAC champions. A lot still to come tonight, of course, and very much looking forward to our next segment when we chat with Dan Rubenstein and Ty Hildenbrandt. They are the co-hosts of the Solid Verbal podcast, and they are alums of Oregon and Penn State. So they will join us coming up on the other side of the break. So we'll get their thoughts on the Big Ten championship as well as all the other action today, the SEC championship and et cetera. So we will keep our eyes on the two games going on. But still to come tonight, let's get to the Big Ten championship. Oregon against Penn State. Ari Wasserman, it's funny. I love talking to Ari because he likes to confide in us gamblers, and he gambles as well. And he's like, I don't understand this line. And normally what Ari would say is when you don't understand something, maybe you go the other way. But a lot of us just have a hard time trusting in James Franklin. I'm not betting Oregon tonight, but I normally would be looking towards the dog. And ultimately, as of right now, it's going to be a stay away situation for me in this Big Ten championship game. But let's get to James Franklin and his thoughts on facing the Oregon Ducks tonight, where his Nittany Lions are 3-point underdogs at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Is you want to stay out like everybody does, but you want to stay out of obvious passing situations. You want to stay ahead of the sticks. Starting fast against this type of team is going to be really important. We're going to have to play well for 4 quarters. You look at them statistically as well on film. They've been a dominant football team all year long. Obviously, the Ohio State film is good for us. That was a close competitive game for us and for them.
Penn State is so fascinating to me from a seeding standpoint. If they lose tonight, does Notre Dame jump them? Because we've been talking all day about SMU and whether or not they should be penalized for losing a game today if they were to lose to Clemson and essentially be knocked out of the field. Ari agrees with me that he doesn't believe if SMU loses close, it's all context. If they get blown out, they'll be out. But if they lose a close game, I think it will be a situation in which SMU gets in. Penn State, though, I was chatting with someone that brought up a really good point regarding Penn State and where they are in the rankings. So currently they're 3rd, Ohio State's 6th. Penn State loses by, let's say a touchdown. They lose by 7 today. So they fall to 11-2. Ohio State's 6th. Ohio State's 10-2. Those two teams played each other in Happy Valley. Ohio State beat them. So does Ohio State jump Penn State at some point when the rankings are revealed on Sunday? But let's get back to the game at hand. Dylan Gabriel, I think, played his best game of the season against Ohio State out in Eugene, utilized his legs, had that big touchdown run in that contest. They win 32-31. What does James Franklin see regarding Dylan Gabriel, the QB of Oregon?
It seems like he's been playing college football for like the last 10 years. And he's just so poised and relaxed. You watch him play, he just looks so relaxed. He looks so poised. You're not going to give him a whole lot that he hasn't seen before. And he's surrounded with really good talent. The running backs are really good. The tight end is a really good player. The receivers are dynamic. So, he's put himself in really good situations where he's played a ton of football. You got an experienced quarterback. Their play caller does a really good job of getting people in space. And he looks very comfortable and relaxed. And because of that, he's throwing for a very high percentage. You very rarely ever see him get rattled. And he's throwing the guys that can make plays for him.
3-point spread right now. Tyler Warren, what do we expect from the stud tight end for Penn State? Over-under at DraftKings, 70 receiving yards. Tez Johnson looks like his over-under around 71. Back from a little injury. He returned last week for Oregon. 3 catches, 36 yards, a touchdown against Washington. James Franklin, 9 straight losses as an underdog, 1-16 straight up. Let's hear from Steve Sarkisian as Texas, of course, taking on Georgia for a second time this year. And, an interesting situation unfolded last Saturday where Quinn Ewers was put to the bench. Arch Manning came in, ran for a touchdown. Then Quinn Ewers returned and probably played some of the best football he's played all year. So Steve Sarkisian obviously was asked this week about that situation in which Quinn Ewers was benched against Texas A&M.
Sometimes, that's part of the job. That's why they call us coach. You got to make some of those tough calls sometimes. But in the end, I do believe, when Quinn, whether it was that night, the next week, tonight, 2 years from now, there'll be a moment that'll come to him that he's going to be, I'm glad coach did that. And it made me, get recentered. The ability to respond to that adversity is one that I think has always been a trademark of Quinn's. He's dealt with injury. He's dealt with some play that wasn't his best early in his career. He's dealt with, people always wanting, expecting more of him. But every time he responds, the guy's a steady C. He just won't get rattled. And so in that moment, again, I didn't think that was going to rattle him anymore. My goal and my hope was that if anything, it would have sparked him, the competitor in him, to play even more charged than he had been, and I think it worked.
Quinn Ewers last week against Texas A&M wrapped up 17-28, touchdown, a pick. I was impressed by what I saw from him after the benching. Arch Manning, by the way, who did run for a touchdown, he's run for 4 touchdowns this year, seen a little bit of movement in his anytime touchdown market as he is now sitting at plus 290. So he opened 3-1, a little bit of money coming in on his anytime touchdown. Kirby Smart as an underdog. It doesn't happen often. A lot of it happened in year 1 for him at Georgia in 2016. Overall, ATS as a dog, 8-4. But since that opening year in which Georgia went 3-2 ATS as a dog, he's 5-2 against the spread as an underdog since 2017. 26-15 straight up against ranked teams is Kirby Smart. And, they've been an underdog just twice since 2021. They won both of those games at Texas earlier this year and 3 years ago against Clemson. But speaking of Kirby Smart, he knows that this Texas defense, one of the best, if not the best defense in the country, looked the part last week against Texas A&M, completely bottling up the Aggie offense. And he knows that Carson Beck going to have some challenges getting it to his receivers later today.
Texas does a tremendous job. First of all, they have really good players. They have very sound schemes. They out execute you. They figure out your tendencies, and they do a great job of recognizing formation routes. They have instinctive defensive football players, especially on the second level, where they read routes, they jump routes. They do a tremendous job. So that has a lot to do. They get hands on balls. They get a lot of tips. And when you get tips, you tend to get a lot of interceptions. They are one of the best in the country at doing that.
Carson Beck hasn't thrown an interception in the last 3 games, believe it or not. He did throw 3 against that Texas defense. There were 7 turnovers the last time these two teams played. Hey, folks, there's a ton going on. College football playoffs. We'll have the bracket revealed on Sunday. NFL playoffs just around the corner. Now's the time to give yourself the betting edge with a VSiN Pro subscription. Sign up now. Get access to our daily best bets with the leaderboard to see which VSiN expert has the hot hand. 19 hours of live programming featuring expert breakdowns and in-game analysis, power, strength, better ratings used by professional handicappers, as well as exclusive betting splits from DraftKings and Circa. You can start being a smarter better today for as little as $9.99. See everything VSiN has to up your betting game. Sign up at vsin.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe. Iowa State on the board. They have taken a 7-3 lead. Rocco Becht, a touchdown pass out of the backfield to Carson Hansen, and the Cyclones go right down the field, and they get a touchdown to take the lead over Arizona State. 6.5 minutes to go in that one, and the Cyclones lead at 7-3. Your in-game line, Iowa State now a 3.5-point favorite. Miami of Ohio on the board first as they lead 3-0 over the Ohio Bobcats. The co-hosts of the Solid Verbal Podcast, Dan Rubenstein, an Oregon alum, Ty Hildenbrandt, a Penn State alum. They join us next right here on VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone, let's all stop what we're doing and take a moment. You see, every moment can be kind of special. But they can be loud moments, goofy moments, dorky moments. It doesn't matter. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take 1.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need feedthepig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at feedthepig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Follow VSiN on social media at VSiN Live on Twitter and at VSiN Live on Instagram.
Drop points with John Hansen.
Minnesota, they get it done, and they are kind of the cardiac kids dating back a number of years. They're certainly used to being in close games. They're playing the Falcons this week. Drake London, I'm in on Drake London's. I'm just going to do this as a cheat code every week. Drake London, I'm in. I don't care what it is, what the number is. I'm in.
Drop points with John Hansen, weekdays at 2 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
watching VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show right here on VSiN, the sports betting network where you get your winners.
Got to leave it all on the line in championship games, a win-and-in situation in the Big 12, and Arizona State facing a 4th and 1 in their own territory, goes play action for 70, and right now Arizona State inside the 5-yard line. Iowa State up 7-3, under 4 minutes to go in the opening quarter of the Big 12 championship game. Action going on right now. It is 3-0 Miami with the lead over Ohio, and the Bobcats facing a big third down. All right, I am very excited for this next segment. Two friends of mine, they do a phenomenal podcast, the Solid Verbal Podcast, and they are alums of Oregon and Penn State, respectively. And they both join me right now, courtesy of our progressive guest line. Dan Rubenstein, the pride of Oregon, and Ty Hildenbrandt, even though he's a Notre Dame fan, the pride of Penn State. He just decides, who he's going to vote for, cheer for, who's higher ranked. So appreciate you both jumping on. I'll start with you, Dan, since your team is higher ranked. They are number 1 in the country. Point spread sitting at 3.5 here for Oregon. Why? We'll start with this simply. Why does Oregon win today?
Oregon wins because they're faster and more complete, and that they beat an Ohio State team. That's obviously going to be the headline common opponent. And Penn State really did struggle, especially on offense against that Ohio State team. And that Oregon, it feels like, has more ways to win, which is why I think they get the edge, whether it's speed out wide, whether it's the defense getting to the quarterback like they have this year. I just think they check more boxes than Penn State does. And usually in a moment like this, I think there's a little bit more dangerous depth for Oregon in this moment. I think that makes a difference. This, I think, is Penn State's 7th week in a row without a bye. So maybe legs a little bit more tired for Penn State. And I think the freshness helps Oregon here.
Sort of like Clemson. Penn State did not expect to be playing in this game, right? They were going into the Maryland game like, all right, we'll run it up on Mike Loxley. I'll get that bro hug a little too tight. He's going to get mad at me. But then, Michigan, you beat Ohio State. I guess we got to play in the Big Ten championship game. So, Ty, I'll go to you on this one. Why does Penn State win? Why does James Franklin, a.k.a. Big Game James, why does he overcome that moniker where he's 1-16 all time against top 5 teams?
Yeah, Ty. He overcomes the moniker first and foremost because the pass rush. The pass rush is vicious. Provided the pass rush can get home, create some mistakes out of Dylan Gabriel, I think they like their chances on that front. If that is the case, maybe they can create some short fields, set up the offense to score some points. The other thing that I would point out is sort of playing with house money. To your point, this is a game that fell off the back of a truck for Penn State. The fact that they're in this game at all is something of a miracle. It's a little bit closer to home than, it is for Oregon for obvious reasons. Penn State always travels well. I think they feel like they're in a position, however fortuitously, to now maybe get the number 1 overall seed, whereas Oregon may be playing with a little bit more pressure. So I like a situation in which a guy like an Andy Kotelnicki can scheme plays up without necessarily feeling like the weight of the world is on their shoulders. They're still going to get in the playoffs one way or another. So perhaps we see some oop-de-oop from Penn State on tonight's game, and get some creative play calling out of the backfield with Nick Singleton, with Tyler Warren, and hopefully with some other receivers downfield.
Penn State, by the way, looking to become the first program, perhaps in the history of college football, to, in the same season, boo their head coach as he comes off the field and secure the number 1 overall seed at the end of the year.
It's the type of year we've got. Dan Rubenstein was the voice you just heard. Ty Hildenbrand as well. They are the co-hosts of the Solid Verbal Podcast. All right, we're a betting network, so before we dive into the other games today, I got to know, what's on the line tonight between your two alma maters? Like, what's the side wager we got going on in the Solid Verbal Podcast?
We put out a call. We've gotten a bunch of suggestions. The tamest of which is just sort of like the usual face painting thing. Dan and I haven't even really discussed what we want to do yet, but some sort of like color, or like opposing teams' colors, sweatshirts. We've had some food suggestions. It's been creative out there in the Verballerhood, but I'm tracking towards some sort of just face painting type situation.
Yeah, no tattoo, no piercing, no wife swapping, nothing like super crazy. Ty pitched that, by the way, and that was an immediate no. Like, that's inappropriate, Ty. That's not who we are as a show. No, we'll figure something out. I think maybe they'll be like singing an alma mater, maybe dressing up.
We'll figure it out. You guys are creative.
We'll figure it out.
I trust you guys. All right, let's get to the other games, because it's not just the solid verbal tonight between Penn State and Oregon. We also have an ACC championship game with a lot of intrigue. So, Ty, I'll start with you. SMU right now a 2.5-point underdog against Clemson. Look, I took Clemson here in this spot. I just, kind of like your Penn State Nittany Lions. It felt like playing with house money. They got, a ninth life, so to speak, for a chance to make it to the playoff. How do you see this one playing out in Charlotte tonight?
I'm on SMU. I really like Kevin Jennings. If anything, we saw a bit of a proof of concept last week with Lenora Sellers against Clemson and what he could do. These are not the same player, but I think it's close enough with what Brett Lashley has done so far this season since Kevin Jennings took on that starting role. I think they're more creative with their play calling. I think there are plenty of opportunities here for matchups that benefit them. And the one thing that jumped out to me, the more I watch Clemson, just going back and watching all their games this season, is how much their play calling feels predictable and much like they've done in the past. I like their players better out wide this year than they've had the last couple. I do think there are going to be plenty of opportunities for big plays, but I think push comes to shove. I like SMU. I like their play calling a little bit more, and I really like Kevin Jennings.
Dan, agree or disagree?
I agree. I tend to agree. But also the thing with Clemson this year is they're another team that didn't feel like they were going to be in this game, right? That they got in on the heels of Fran Brown and Syracuse pulling the upset against Miami. And so while Dabo has been here, this is also a Clemson team this season specifically that when they play definitely good teams, they lose. And so that's the problem, that they require a very specific way to win. They have to have it low scoring. They can't trade sort of haymakers on offense with another team. They're not built like that. They don't have that consistent pop at receiver, and the offensive line is still a struggle, whereas SMU has been taking care of business. They had the one low moment in ACC play against Duke that they pulled out. And by and large, you have you have it up on the screen right now. They're 8-4 against the spread. And so they're outperforming expectations in the desert. And so there is something to like about SMU, even though they haven't been in this spot specifically. They are traveling across the country. It is much more of a de facto home situation for Clemson there in North Carolina. I still like SMU, again, with more ways to win. I expect them to succeed on the ground, actually.
Lenora Sellers ran wild against Clemson last week. We'll see if Kevin Jennings can do that as well. Interesting to note, Cade Klubnik's actually rushed for more yards this year than Kevin Jennings, which is kind of a fun factoid. We'll get you an update on the Big 12 here in just a moment. But before I let you two run, Georgia, Texas, a rematch of a game we saw in the middle of October. Georgia went down there, caused havoc, forced a bunch of turnovers. Dan, I'll start with you on this one. Totals around 50.5 on the fast track in Atlanta. Texas 2.5 3-point favorite. Does Texas get their revenge? No Bevo allowed inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Does that enhance Texas's chance? Are they more mad that they wouldn't allow Bevo inside?
So Texas doesn't need any inspiration for this because of the loss. Obviously, because of the fact that this defense plays with their hair on fire. Anyway, it doesn't matter who they're playing, where they're playing. So I expect a great defensive performance once again from Texas. I can't pick against Georgia and Atlanta in this spot, and I can't go with, until I see it, Quinn Ewers against an angry, talented defense or in a big spot. I took down Oklahoma State last year. That's fine in the Big 12 title game. I need to see it from Quinn Ewers in a spot like this. And I've seen it from Carson Beck, even though he's had down moments this year and has been sloppy with the ball against the better teams Georgia's played. And Georgia's coming off of that letdown. And Texas in a little bit of a letdown spot as well, up there, the rivalry spots. I'm going with Georgia in the de facto home environment to somehow, some way find enough to, I think it'll be low scoring, like 20-17, 21-16, something like that, to take it.
Ty, what do you got?
I'm on Texas. I disagree with my co-host. I think I will believe it when I see it, that Kirby Smart is able to out-scheme Steve Sarkisian in the manner that he did in round one. I'm just not convinced he's going to be able to do that again in round two. There's enough on tape at this point. I think Texas has grown as a rushing team. I think their defense is the best in the country. I still have big questions about the Georgia passing offense. If you look back at that first game, it's not like it was a tour de force for Georgia on the offensive side of the ball. So provided Texas doesn't go in a hole early like they did in that first game, I do think it's going to be back and forth, and I like the Longhorns to get some revenge.
All right, Ty, I'll let you plug it here. What are you guys doing tonight for the Big Ten Championship?
Big Ten Championship, if you go on out to our YouTube channel, just search for The Solid Verbal out on YouTube, 8 p.m. Eastern time. We are doing a massive live stream, a watch-along stream for anyone that's got the game up on their big screen and you want to watch along and play along with us on the small screen. Tim, we're going to invite you on.
Did you just threw some hearts up there on the screen?
I threw an Oregon O up, and then technology said, well, we love Oregon too.
All right, that's the perfect way to end it. Dan Rubenstein, Ty Hildenbrand, the co-hosts of the Solid Verbal podcast. Catch them tonight live during the Ohio State-Penn State game. Arizona State has taken the lead. We'll tell you how on the other side. It is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets, and they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Party Line, weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern, right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Join the guru, John Hansen, at the intersection of prop betting and fantasy sports on Prop Points, only on VSiN.
Why? I think it's because a lot of these read option quarterbacks stink. I think you want Flacco starting for the Colts.
John and his guests will help you find the connection between the two and give you his expert advice on how to capitalize when a number is too good to pass up. Raw Points, every weekday at 2 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
You're watching VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, where you get your winners.
Ready to try something different? Sign up to start playing the ponies on First Bet. First Bet is U.S.-based and offers wagering on hundreds of races every day from across the country and around the world. Sign up at firstbet.com. That's the number one, stbet.com. Use the promo code VSiN200 to claim a 20% rebate for your first 60 days, up to $200. Once again, the website, firstbet.com. Putting a bow on the show, it is VSiN's College Football Tailgate Show. I'm your host, Tim Murray, here in Las Vegas at the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Vegas. Got two games going on right now. End of the first quarter in the MAC title. And Ohio has a 7-3 lead. Parker Navarro found the end zone on the ground. And Arizona State back in the lead 10-7. However, Iowa State on the move again. Quick update of where we are from the market standpoint. Ohio, minus 5.5 in-game total, 42.5. Iowa State, despite trailing 10-7, minus 3.5 point favorite. They are inside the 10-yard line, first and goal at the end of the first quarter. I do want to give you an update on one of the more heads-up plays I've seen in a while. So facing second and goal, you look at Iowa State and Arizona State. They throw a toss to Cam Scatabo, and he is going nowhere. He's running backwards. He's going to lose 15, 20 yards. And he looks up, and he just throws the ball to no one. Incomplete pass. He was behind the line of scrimmage. No penalty. They keep the ball at the 3-yard line. Next play, Sam Levitt into the end zone. 3-yard touchdown run. Also on that drive, 4th and 1 from their own 34-yard line. Kenny Dillingham goes play action, 63 yards. This game's been fun so far. Iowa State has been moving the ball very well to this point. Rocco Becht, 8 of 10, 84 yards, a touchdown pass. Haven't really seen a ton of running. Carson Hansen, he caught a touchdown out of the backfield so far. Jaden Higgins, 2 catches, 33 yards. Jalen Noel, 1 catch, 17 yards. Both of those guys over 1,000 yards receiving on the year. I'm on Iowa State. I took 2 earlier in the week, took some money line. Right now, in-game 3.5. They're inside the 10-yard line, but Arizona State does lead 10-7 in that contest. Cam Scatabo, if you're wondering about his prop number, around 123 is what I saw at FanDuel before the game started. He's got 35 yards so far. First run of the game went for 28 yards. Since then, Iowa State's done a pretty good job of trying to bottle him up. So Iowa State trailing 10-7. However, in-game favorite of 3.5 because they are on the move inside the 10-yard line. Of course, still to come tonight, ACC Championship, SEC Championship in the afternoon, Big Ten Championship, Sun Belt still to come this evening. But, Rhett Lashley, head coach of SMU, year 1 in the ACC. They are 11-1, undefeated in conference play, number 8 right now, according to the College Football Playoff Committee. And you've got to take on Clemson. They did not play each other in the regular season, Clemson and SMU. SMU didn't play Miami either. Kind of skated by, they played the schedule that was in front of them. I'm not knocking them, but it is what it is. They played a bunch of teams that have below 500 records in the ACC. So Rhett Lashley was asked earlier this week on what Clemson does so well, turning you over.
Yeah, I think, it starts with Cade offensively. Like I said, they don't turn the football over. He's really smart. When stuff's not there, he'll throw it away or he'll create a lot like Kevin can do for us. And then, Maffa's a really good experienced back. I mean, he's big, he's downhill, he wears on you, and he knows how to hold on to the football. So I think signs of a well-coached team there. And then on defense, they're one of the best. I think they're number 3 in the country, but one of the best at creating fumbles. I mean, they tackle the ball well. They punch it out. They rip it out. A lot like Navy has in the past when we'd play them. You could just tell that they're coached to not just get you on the ground, but attack the football. And I think they average getting a fumble recovery a game. That's pretty remarkable. So, it's like everything else. We got to value the football and play our game. But, at times this year, we've been really good that way. We've taken the ball away and we've valued it. And a couple of times we haven't. We've seen how challenging it is to win then. So probably a big key in the game.
Rashard Smith is the running back for SMU. He's been tremendous this year, over 1,100 rushing yards, 14 touchdowns. Kevin Jennings can certainly get out and scoot as well. 344 yards on the ground for him, along of 59. And Jennings, boy, since they put him in as the starter over Preston Stone early part of the season, it's been night and day looking at how that offense is plays. The big question regarding this game is, what if SMU loses? Right now, they're 8th. Right now, they're in the playoff. But a lot of people, including the odds, seem to believe that Alabama will get in if SMU were to lose today. And Rhett Lashley, of course, was asked about the playoff hopes for the Ponies heading into this Saturday night.
Whether we're ranked higher or the same or lower, like the only thing we can control is Saturday night. I think most people, and I don't want to speak, I think most people assume we've earned the right to be in the top 12. And I think they're right. But at the end of the day, we don't know until Sunday. And, if we don't win the game, we do allow that to be a possibility. So we're not going to go in worried about that. We're also not going to go in thinking that we've made it. We're going to play this game like we have every other game.
Yes, minus 425 on Alabama. No is 3-1. I think no is worth a sprinkle if you think SMU loses this game closely. I think those odds are just a bit off. SMU wins the game. There's no controversy. Alabama is in the playoff, it would seem, as they were in the field. But I think Alabama at plus 300 to miss the playoff, I think is worth a little bit of a sprinkle. Sticking with the ACC championship, Dabo Swinney was asked about SMU and their transition to conference play this year from the AAC a year ago to the ACC, and they haven't lost a game yet. Why has it been so smooth for the Ponies into the ACC?
Bunch of good players, good coaches, but they got dudes. I mean, they got a great quarterback. They made the change at the quarterback, and obviously that's been a game changer for them. They have elite skill. Like all these guys that they're going to put out on the field offensively can fly. Like all those receivers, they got about 4 guys that they spread the ball out to. They can all really, really run. The quarterback's dynamic. He's the youngest guy they got is the quarterback. The back is a rocket ship. We saw him at Miami last year. And then defensively, this might be the biggest D-line we've played. These guys are massive. They are huge, and they're all graduates, and something, we were talking last week. Well, just because you're graduates and seniors don't mean you can have a bunch of graduates and seniors and they stink. These guys are really talented players.
Yeah, there's no doubt. SMU 11-1. They're a 2.5-point favorite tonight. I'm on Clemson. I took the 2.5. We'll see if we get to 3 later today. Chuck Esposito thinks that is certainly a possibility. Earlier in the afternoon, the SEC championship, Georgia and Texas. There are some 3s out there for the Texas Longhorns. Do they get their revenge? Kirby Smart was asked about the challenges of facing that Texas QB, not Arch Manning, but Quinn Ewers.
Well, he's experienced. I mean, I think the number one thing when you look at the quarterbacks playing in the SEC championship, the 2 common denominators is I don't know that there's anybody across the league that had more experience than these 2. And I tell people all the time, in the SEC, you don't know what it's like playing on the road till you do it. You don't know what it's like playing at night until you do it. These guys have been in some tough fights across this league in terms of, Quinn playing in the playoffs last year, playing SEC opponents last year. He's been around it. So I'm most impressed with his toughness, his ability to stand in the pocket, to navigate the pocket. He's made plays with his legs, and he makes plays with his mind. As great quarterbacks do, they can change protections, and they know where to go with the ball and stand in there. He's got tremendous experience, and he's also got tremendous arm talent.
Right now, point spread sitting at 2.5 since 2021. Georgia's been a dog twice. They've covered and won both of those games, including earlier this year, October 19th. They were a 4-point dog, won 30-15. looking at the total, interesting to note the adjustment of 57 back in October 19th down to 50. We'll find out tomorrow who's in that college football playoff, and we will have lines immediately. So make sure you join Jonathan Von Tobel and Adam Burke, 2:30 p.m. Eastern time on our X handle at VSiN Live, as well as on YouTube at youtube.com/VSiN Live. They will be doing the show from the D, so make sure to check it out. Adam Burke and Jonathan Von Tobel breaking down the college football playoff bracket when it is revealed. All right, my best bets to wrap up the show. I'm in on Clemson. I took the 2.5, a little sprinkle on the money line as well. I did take some 3 with Georgia. Couldn't help taking the candy there. I'm on Iowa State, which is a game going on right now. Iowa State about to kick. And then if you want to throw a little pizza money, Alabama to miss the playoff. If you think SMU trips and falls tonight, I think 3-1 right now at DraftKings is worth a little bit of a sprinkle. Thanks to everyone who joined the show. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes that does an amazing job on this tailgate show. Ryan, JB, producer Dustin, everyone back there. Wes Reynolds and Ben Wilson. They're up next with Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It all started with a mason jar of barbecue sauce at a casual cookout where a simple gathering turned into something unforgettable. His fellow coaches couldn't stop raving. This is the best barbecue sauce we've ever tasted. You gotta sell.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's gonna teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes twice a day, making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable, but how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
every day and email them to all VSiN Pro subscribers. Become a VSiN Pro at VSiN.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe. One more VSiN? You can watch all of our VSiN shows live from Las Vegas on your phone, tablet, or TV 24 hours a day by becoming a subscriber. You can also catch full replays of all of your favorite VSiN shows. Become a subscriber at VSiN.com today.
This is VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Welcome in, everybody. Live Bet Saturday, as we've made it conference championship weekend across the country in college football, and we are here to take you through all the live action over the next 4 hours with Wes Reynolds holding down the fort in our Las Vegas Circus Sportsbook studios. I'm Ben Wilson. A lot of glances for me, Wes, up at my multi-view, the monitors behind me, as we are underway now, and we will talk a lot of college football today with the 2 games going on now, deep dive previews on all the games still to come, and also college basketball. A couple of marquee matchups today, too, top 25 versus top 25 games. Conference play underway in a lot of respects here, Wes. So let's have a day, even though it's the lightest college football slate you and I have had since we've been on the air together.
Yeah, very heavy college basketball slate, though, today. Kind of the first one, really, of the season with such a light football slate. But one of the matchups on the light football slate is down there in Dallas and Jerry World. It is the Big 12 championship game, Iowa State, Arizona State, Cam Scadaboo into the end zone, 3 yards. Rough tackling drive there for the Cyclones, to say the least, as Arizona State now goes up 17-10. ASU minus 3.5, 62.5 on the total. I'm on Iowa State +2. They did close favorite. So got all that closing line value that won't mean hill beans probably after the end of this game. Put it right in the trash can. So 10:49 left to go, though, in the second. ASU with your lead. ASU, of course, was picked dead last by the media in the Big 12 conference this year. So could finish it off. Iowa State, this is also their chance to win a Big 12 title, because Matt Campbell for years has had to deal with Oklahoma and Texas in the conference. Well, those are no longer his problems necessarily anymore, as they're both in the SEC. So this is as good of a chance as Iowa State is probably going to get. And right now they trail by 7.
And that touchdown we just watched from Cam Scadaboo, that does take the first half total over 24. That officially cashes already. My big concern, I thought at the start of the week, Wes, this would just be an auto Iowa State play for me. I really thought I'd get there. And the more I broke down the individual strengths versus weaknesses, I just really was concerned about Iowa State's run defense. When you have a light box of a 3-3-5, Matt Campbell is a head coach, as much as you would naturally think, all right, this is a guy who's going to load the box against a running game as dynamic as Arizona State's, and running back Cam Scadaboo, one of the best in the country. That's just not really in Campbell's DNA when you actually watch Iowa State play so far, unfortunately, because I certainly, as someone who gave out Iowa State 10-1 back in the summer in our recent college football betting guide to win the Big 12, that has not played out. They have not whatsoever made adjustments, the necessary adjustments in the run game. 9.3 yards per carry so far for this Arizona State rush attack.
Yeah, and I guess somewhat a little bit of surprising in the fact that Arizona State, no Jordan Tyson, by the way, by far their best receiver and really their third down bailout guy. And he is out. And you haven't seen a lot of playmaking from the rest of the wide receivers as of yet, even though they did give it a 63-yarder earlier to Stovall, kind of a broken coverage. But yeah, that's what does surprise me a little bit, that maybe you would be a little bit better against the run. And Iowa State's actually usually pretty good against outside zone. Not so far today. Scadaboo, 7 carries for 85 yards and a touchdown. Did have a 47-yarder, though, on this previous drive. So Clone's going to have to get it going. They're giving up 11.7 a play, 9.3 a carry, and going to have to get it going here. And you would think Iowa State, and one of the reasons why I was on them today is because they played a couple zone read teams coming into this game. They played Utah. Yeah, I know Utah is down in their third quarterback or whatnot, but similar scheme offensively, and also had it at Kansas State last week. Played Tyler Johnson, who's very much a zone read quarterback. So I thought maybe a little bit more preparation for the Clones today, but not showing up so far.
As far as the live spread, ASU minus 2.5. We are now up to 63.5. There was game day money in on the over. This closed 50.5, pacing well to the over. I wouldn't be panicking yet if I had the Iowa State ticket in game, especially for a team that led the country in returning production coming into this year, have played a ton of close games. They're 4-1 West in one-score games. So if anything, if you're back in the Cyclones, you just hope that they are able to make some sort of adjustments, most likely at halftime, in all honesty, against this run game. Stay within margin, stay within a score, get this late to the fourth quarter, let your experience take over. And that's really been the blueprint for Iowa State all year.
Yeah, both of these teams really. ASU, by the way, 6-1 in one-score games this year. And look, ASU also has I felt like they took advantage, I guess, a little bit of an imbalanced schedule here. Really, everybody has an imbalanced schedule. But if you look at ASU, they defeated teams in league play that made 6 of the 7 worst conference records in the Big 12. So I think that's another reason why you saw at least a little bit of steam, and at least certainly some game day steam on Iowa State. So 10:49 left to go in the second. Sun Devil 17-10.
Iowa State looking for their first conference title since 1912. Wes, you remember it well. The old Missouri Valley.
I do.
Back in the day for Iowa State, yes.
I do. The old Missouri Valley Conference. How about that?
How about that? Over 100 years of a wait. And who would have thought it would be Arizona State in the way of Iowa State looking for their first ever Big 12 title. That is one of the 2 games going on right now in the FBS conference title games. Let's go to Detroit, Michigan, where the MAC title game underway. I'm glad I stayed out of this, West, at least so far, because Ohio, probably the team I was the most wrong on of any in FBS, all 134 teams. My biggest bet this year was Ohio under, mostly because they just got raided in the transfer portal. Lost Curtis Rourke to your Indiana Hoosiers. I thought it would be a big step down, a really tough ask for Ohio, who had a tough schedule as well in the non-con. And they totally proved me and everybody else in the MAC wrong as a 10-1 pseudo long shot to win that conference. They make it to the title game. Were red hot to close the week, to close the season. They lost to Miami, who they're playing right now. They lost by 10 to the Redhawks in the regular season and have been on an absolute heater since. And they just took the lead and just advanced it as well after an 18-play, 82-yard, 10-minute, just absolutely punch you in the mouth touchdown drive, West, to take a 13-3 lead. I believe they are. This was a Parker Navarro QB sneak. I have not kicked the extra point yet, but they're out to 10.5-point live favorites in this game. 42.5 the total. I'm glad I stayed off since it did appear that a lot of smart, respected money, it was on Miami of Ohio. I've just been burned so many times by this Ohio Bobcat team. I did not want to go back to the well once again.
Yeah, I had nothing on this game as well. I thought it was a coin flip. Look, Ohio, I was wrong on them in the MAC preview in the VSiN college football betting guide just because they had lost so much in the portal. They lost like well over 30 players, almost even closer to 40 than 30 in this Ohio program where you're basically redoing your whole team. Tim Albin's done a hell of a job to get this team 100%. To the MAC title game. Miami of Ohio, I think, was one of the teams expected to be here because Brett Gabbert, of course, is coming back for his 6th year at quarterback. Defensive ball game, no surprise here. They're not used to low scoring games at Ford Field, by the way, especially this season and what they saw on Thursday night. It's a totally different game here, but that's what you're going to get. I think with these 2 teams, they're doing the battle of the bricks here. They met earlier this year, and Miami did win 30-20. Ohio got a cosmetic score late, but. Yeah, I did not know what to do with this because I think Miami kind of can sputter a little bit offensively. So that's not what you want when you're laying a favorite necessarily. But we will be monitoring. Perhaps a second half play is going to happen here. Bobcats, by the way, minus 10.5, 43.5 on the in play.
I would certainly think a second half under might be in the cards, West, with the way some of these drives have played out. I mean, you're talking just going through the drive chart, 10 minutes, 14 seconds of a touchdown drive. 11 plays over 5.5 minutes was the first Ohio touchdown drive, and that was after a 6+ minute, 11-play Miami of Ohio field goal drive. As it is now, 14-3 with that 10.5-point spread still standing, 43.5 the total, and it's telling Wes when over half the possessions have gone for scores, and yet this game closed 44. Live, we're down to 43.5. That's very
These are like Army level drives in the second half against Tulane last night in the American. I think it was like a 10-minute drive. It spanned 2 quarters last night. They had in the second half as Army. Congratulations to them. And they are the American champions.
the drive that would never end, it felt like. And that's kind of how, I'm sure if you're a Miami Redhawk backer, you're like, will this damn Ohio drive ever end? 18 plays later, it finally does with the touchdown. And going back to the summer notes, 16 different starters from 2023 were either in the portal or graduated. 16 out of the 22 Ohio starters. And on the offensive side, they lost their top 7 pass catchers and leading running back in addition to the quarterback, Curtis Rourke. So for me, Wes, I was like, this team will be lucky to get to 6-6. I love the under 6.5. 9-3 Ohio Bobcats, and they are now minus 580 on the money line as it stands right now. I also, as much as I too would have been on an under pregame, normally when you have the perfect conditions, we get so accustomed to watching these MAC games in awful blizzard-like conditions outside. Well, now you get to go indoors, Ford Field, fast track. For me, I wanted to wait and see how that played out as much as these two teams have ridden their defenses all year. And that's why certainly the production in the red zone has been impressive, especially from the Ohio side.
Yeah, no question about it. And look, we're seeing, and I know we're going to preview these games throughout the show, but the 2 indoor games, of course, the SEC game mid-afternoon at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, the Big Ten at Lucas Oil Stadium in my hometown of Indianapolis. You're seeing overs, and I think the point that you just mentioned is a lot of the reason why, really, because it's indoors, fast track, elite level athletes at all 4 of these programs, Georgia, Texas, Penn State, Oregon, respectively. So that's no surprise that you're necessarily getting over bets. And you didn't really get them, though, in this first game. The number kind of stayed at about 50 and a half. But so far, as you mentioned, the first half total already has gone over. And this is well on pace as Iowa State works it just outside of the red zone here. 7:10 left to go in the second.
Ohio, Miami, that first half total 21.5, so they would just need one more touchdown to get over that thing as we're sitting 14-3 Ohio in the MAC title game. 17-10 Arizona State over Iowa State, as Wes mentioned. Cyclones on the move. We'll have a lot more content coming up today. 2 outstanding guests. We're excited to begin those at 2 p.m. Eastern time with Denton Dave from SiriusXM College Sports Radio, set to join us, preview some of the late slate action with all the big college football matchups. In addition to that, our pal Chris Moxley returns to the show. He'll be on with us at 3:30 Eastern from campus to Canton. Excited for both of those gentlemen who each have plays on multiple late games tonight. When we return, it's also a huge college basketball Saturday. We'll keep you posted on all these in-game college football angles, but a mega showdown in Milwaukee, my hometown, Wes. Excited to preview this one. Wisconsin Marquette. We'll get our thoughts on that major marquee top 25 college basketball matchup when we return, as well as little FCS playoffs getting underway today. It's all still to come here on Live Bet Saturday.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
The NBA is finally back. A new season means new ways to get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code VEGAS. That's code VEGAS for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem?
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take 1.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the Angry Giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
It's the Patriots when they're behind by 2 scores.
People are going, well, I wonder if this team's actually better than we thought. They're not. They don't have enough talent.
Don't miss out on crucial advice for live betting once the game starts, as well as looking ahead to the upcoming action. Tune in to Ready, Set, Bet, Saturdays at 7 p.m. and Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the sports betting network.
We're underway, first to 4 hours here on Live Bet Saturday, and an unfortunate break for Iowa State backers as we update you on the Big 12 title game with Wes. I'm Ben, and unfortunately, Wes, 3rd and 8 at the ASU 28. A deep ball from Rocco Beck looking for Carson Brown. A lot of contact, but no flag, and as we so often see, especially in the college game, when you are unable to take advantage or you have a call go against you, it tends to have a domino effect. And we see that with a wide left kick from 46 yards out. Kyle Conrarty from 46, no good. It stays 17-10 Arizona State. And it was certainly warranted, it seemed like, that Matt Campbell, Iowa State head coach, giving a piece of his mind to the refs there on the sideline.
Yeah, I guess the receiver needed to be held for 20 yards down the field instead of the 15 that he was. And, no flag, pulled field goal, missed from 46. So now Sun Devils will take over. About a little over 5 minutes left to go. Sun Devils minus 4.5 and 58.5 on the in-play.
Meanwhile, in the MAC championship game, quick 3-and-out for Miami of Ohio. So it is all Ohio. The Bobcats 14-3 right now as we near the halftime mark as well. We'll be back to check in on these games as we have more updates. Ohio, by the way, was 10-1 to win that MAC title game. So we have the opportunity here for multiple double-digit, in the case of Arizona State, triple-digit preseason teams who were long shots to win their respective conferences. Off to very good starts. We'll check back in on those in a little bit. A quick reminder, as we have more college football content still coming your way, we'll, of course, have a mega preview before the 4 p.m. kickoff at the Georgia and Texas matchup down in Atlanta. And for all of that and for more of our content we have for you, a reminder, you can check out VSiN Pro offers right now, VSiN.com/subscribe, and you can sign up to give yourself a betting edge and get daily best bets, 19 hours of live programming, all of our power ratings, as well as betting splits from DraftKings and Circa Sportsbook. So those previews all still to come for us. VSiN.com/subscribe for more of our breakdowns as well. And in addition to that, Wes, it's college basketball season. 99 games on the card today, including a lot of conference openers across the board. A big one about to get underway here in 15 minutes from Milwaukee. A great top 25 matchup. It is Wisconsin coming off its first loss of the year, losing at home to Michigan. They take on Marquette, also off its first loss of the year. Both teams 8-1. Marquette lost at Iowa State in midweek here, and a really fascinating matchup. I think a lot of people would be surprised, Wes, that Shaka Smart has never beaten Wisconsin in this rivalry game. 0-3 since he came to Milwaukee to take over the Golden Eagles. And money has come in on the Badgers here, open 7.5 in favor of Marquette, down to 6 or 6.5 as we near post time.
Yeah, I took some 6.5. There actually is a couple 5.5s now emerging because it looks like Chase Ross not going to go to for Marquette. I don't think he has been ruled out, but he's ruled doubtful. You know, he's the guy that blitzes the ball screens on defense and incorporates a lot of the traps that Shaka likes to do, kind of that modified havoc that he used to run when he was down at VCU. Wisconsin, look, they're very good at slipping the screens with their big guys, and I think that they'll be able to do that today, especially with Tanji, the Missouri transfer, who you're very familiar with, Ben, and also Blackwell. So look. The Wisconsin's got some big wings that can shoot. And Max Klesmet has not been shooting the ball very well. Shot it horribly against Michigan the other night, and that's why Michigan was able to come back from very way down. Really, really good win for Dusty May. Wisconsin, I think, was up 9 most of the first half, and Michigan gets the win at the end. So if you're Wisconsin too, and in a close game, they're the number one free throw shooting team in the country, 85.2% so far this year. I think Tanji has really kind of filled that role. Of course, they lost A.J. Storr, who is a St. John's transfer, now a Wisconsin transfer because he is now playing for the Kansas Jayhawks. But I think Wisconsin, they've been a little bit more athletic this year, Ben, in terms of the fact that, they're not running it up and down the floor, willy-nilly here, but they're not slowing the pace either. I have seen them a couple times this year. They obviously ran up and down with Arizona, which wasn't easy to do, and still beat them by 15. They did the same thing with Pittsburgh, won down there in the Greenbrier in West Virginia in a neutral site game just before Thanksgiving. So these guys are a little bit more athletic, because when you look at the matchup, we're like, well, Marquette's going to be way more athletic than Wisconsin because they usually are. But I don't think that advantage is as defined here. So that's why I initially took the 6.5 here. And I think those big wings, look, that's how you beat Shaka and that defense where they try to, trap you and blitz ball screens. So that's what Wisconsin, I think, is going to do today. So I'm on the Badgers.
Not your Tommy Thompson-esque Badgers, Wes. Made the 2000 Final Four, and I believe that halftime score against the Michigan State Spartans was 21-17. A lot has evolved since then in the 24 years that have passed.
And I think it's needed to. Look, you could still be, meticulous, I guess, in your offensive approach, but you still got to try to score in transition. You got to spread the floor out. And be able to shoot those threes and not take the shot clock down to 5 seconds before you look at the basket. And Wisconsin, I think, is needed. The portal has probably provided that opportunity for them to get a little bit more athletic. And they also have John Tonji. John Tonji, by the way, was never healthy at Mizzou. Last year, it was a disaster season, as you know, Ben, but they were just ravaged with injuries. And Tonji being one of them, he finds a home at Wisconsin, and he's been their best player and probably one of the best players, at least early on in the Big Ten.
Add John Tonji to the long list of could have, should have been Mizzou greats whose careers were hampered by injury. Most notably, Michael Porter Jr. got injured 2 minutes into his Mizzou debut. I remember I was there against Iowa State. The most hyped player in program history, John Tonje. You feel happy for him as a player since he's a sixth-year senior. Was originally, it's crazy to think about this, was supposed to go to New Mexico. He originally transferred there for his sixth year of eligibility, decides to decommit 3 days after announcing, comes to Wisconsin. And most people, I'm sure, around the Big Ten had not heard of the guy. And yet he goes off for 41 in that home win over Arizona, has completely exploded, burst onto the scene as a sixth-year senior. In general, though, even setting the Tonje emergence aside, Wes, this particular matchup, Wisconsin-Marquette, it's not a coincidence that Shaka Smart has struggled to beat Wisconsin because of the way the Badgers play. Their strength has always been protecting the ball. No matter if they're a slow it down like molasses team, whether they are a more athletic, try to push tempo sort of team, they're so good at protecting the ball. And that's what Marquette really relies on. They're super aggressive, active hands with their perimeter defense. They've always been elite in that regard under Shaka Smart. And this year, no exception, second in steal percentage, fifth in defensive turnover percentage. And it's a great matchup with Cam Jones on the perimeter against Tonje, who we're about to see here in this game tipping off soon. But that's why Wisconsin, it feels like, has always had the upper hand. They're able to neutralize Marquette's strength. I'm totally with you, and you can still get some 6.5s out there. Over money has also come in here from 149 to 150. 6.5 still available. Circa, Westgate, DraftKings, Caesars. So look across your betting apps here, Wes, because I still believe 6.5 is a good bet. I like the side that you're on there.
Yeah, and another reason too, Marquette, of course, like many teams that go to Ames, Iowa, fell victim to the Hilton Magic as Iowa State got them by 10 the other night, even though Marquette made a nice run to make it close late. But when you play a team like that, Iowa State is very physical, very tough defensively. And when you play a team like that, sometimes that wears on you. I use that a little bit for football. You get beat up when you play very physical teams, and maybe Marquette on a quick turnaround could be dealing with that. So one of the marquee matchups, we do have a couple underway. I do want to get you updated on St. John's 78-64. They were down at the half, but it's been all Red Storm here in the second half over Kansas State. By the way, this game being played at the Carnesecca Arena, named after the late, great Lou Carnesecca, the longtime St. John's head coach. So this game being in Queens. And they're doing the big Lou game, I think, at the Garden. I believe that they moved that for the DePaul game later on in December. But Rick Pitino was in the Lou Carnesecca sweater. You know, the famous sweater that he wore that John
100%.
Thompson mimicked back in 1985 in the Garden when it was 1-2, and that was Louis' lucky sweater. So Rick Pitino in the sweater today. It's bringing St. John's luck. They are up 78-64. A couple other ACC games that I'm in action on. Syracuse Notre Dame took the under here, 36-34 Notre Dame at the under 16 timeout in the second half. No Marcus Burton, of course, for the Irish. They're slowing the tempo down here. No J.J. Starling, the former Notre Dame player for Syracuse today. And then one that I took, Ben, and then this is what I do a little bit in college basketball. When you get a team that gets a huge win like Clemson did the other night, one of the few ACC teams to get a win over the SEC, they beat Kentucky. They stormed the court at Littlejohn. Now they go to Miami, who's lost 5 in a row, has really struggled. There's been some internal deals with the team. You know, how engaged is Coach Larinaga at this standpoint? Well, I went ahead and took Miami +5 here. They're up 37-35, 10 minutes left to go in the second half. So a lot of action early on in the ACC and also the Big Ten. Ohio State 54-47 over Rutgers, under 12 timeout. Michigan State all over Nebraska 53-33, about 5 minutes gone in the second half.
Wonderful to have full slates of college basketball back. Yeah, Miami lost outright as, a 20-plus point favorite to Charleston Southern a week ago today.
Yes.
And that's where a lot of these stories that you mentioned, Wes, started to come out about Jim Larinaga in Miami. What would his future be like? As he's certainly not getting any younger, the elder statesman in charge of that Hurricane program. But they have shown up today, live 1.5-point underdogs right now, but they are up 37-35 in the game. Went off as 4.5-point home underdogs there. Meanwhile, in the football, Iowa State, how about the Clones? They finally force a punt. We'll update you on the other side. 2-minute timeout as we near halftime, as our specialty has always been on our live bet Saturday shows. We'll get you all the halftime angles. What sort of second half bets are we looking to make? We'll do that as these first 2 conference championship games coming towards the half. That's next as we roll on. It's Live Bet Saturday here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't, and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human, and she's got this little toy she's always playing with all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese, and guess what? Egg rolls showed up like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
Hamilton was adopted from a rescue in 2008. He really likes to be around people. I get out my mat and I'm doing a downward dog and he's underneath. He's quite the pug about town. He gets invited to a lot of parties. He knows he's a pretty big deal. Look at this little face. How could you not love him?
Hamilton the Pug, Instagram star and shelter pet. Amazing adoption stories start in shelters. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. So you see, son, good manners are important. Should I go through it again?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open, don't speak with your mouth full, keep your elbows off the table. Share your things, play nice, and generally treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day, making sure they brush their teeth, is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
I'm a retired school psychologist, and helping people was my thing. After my stroke, when Meals on Wheels started, I was on the other end of the stick, so to speak. My name is Julius Gaines, creative writer, poet, photographer.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your soul to the devil. $15 is the best I can do. You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets, and they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go.
Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you?
What?
Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No.
Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this.
To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Cool. Very cool.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
I'm Paul George of the Indiana Pacers. When I was 6, my days were spent playing basketball. When I was 6, my dream was to make it to the NBA. When I was 6, my mom had a stroke. So I want you to learn to spot a stroke fast. F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911. I'm Paul George. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets, and they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hello, Kubo. What have you got planned for today?
Come on, this way.
Adventure can be found anywhere, but the best place to start is in the forest.
It's the most powerful magic there is.
Head outside to discover incredible animals.
Wow.
And beautiful plants that come together to create an unforgettable adventure. So grab your loved ones and explore a world of possibilities. Visit discovertheforest.org to find the closest forest or park to you. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
My teacher said that we should have a plan in case of an emergency. Do we have one?
First thing I'm going to do is grab a flashlight with dead batteries.
I'm going to start randomly throwing clothes in the bag. You two will be hiding in the closet and Dad won't be able to find you.
And that's when we both start crying.
Uncontrollably. Can you pass the cutlets?
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Make sure your kids know what to do during an emergency, who to call, where to meet, what to pack. Search Ready Kids at nyc.gov or call 311. Brought to you by the New York City Office of Emergency Management and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky. Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone, let's all stop what we're doing and take a moment. You see, every moment can be kind of special. But they can be loud moments, goofy moments, dorky moments, it doesn't matter. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human, and she's got this little toy she's always playing with, all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese, and guess what? Egg rolls showed up. Like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's gonna teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes twice a day, making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable, but how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F. Face drooping. A. Arm weakness. S. Speech difficulty. T. Time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go. Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you? But
Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No. Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this. To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat. Cool. Very cool. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan. We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
How to find each other.
The whole experience was fine.
The most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Hamilton was adopted from a rescue in 2008. He really likes to be around people. I get out my mat and I'm doing a downward dog and he's underneath. He's quite the pug about town. He gets invited to a lot of parties. He knows he's a pretty big deal. Look at this little face. How could you not love him?
Hamilton the Pug, Instagram star and shelter pet. Amazing adoption stories start in shelters. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. So you see, son, good manners are important. Should I go through it again?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open, don't speak with your mouth full, keep your elbows off the table. Share your things, play nice, and generally treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
I'm a retired school psychologist, and helping people was my thing. After my stroke, when Meals on Wheels started, I was on the other end of the stick, so to speak. My name is Julius Gaines, creative writer, poet, photographer.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
could argue, you might want to bake in like a 5% chance that SMU still gets in even with a loss. So that true number should probably be more like plus 150. Unfortunately, I'm not in a jurisdiction where I can get access to these. DraftKings has them in a number of states, as does FanDuel. But I mean, really the way to play this, you obviously have to have some sort of conviction that either this is going to be really, going to be a toss-up, or you don't really like SMU in the game. But if that's the case, I mean, SMU plus 280 to miss, that's like the equivalent. That money line is the equivalent of a team being favored by 8.5, not 2.5 like SMU is tonight. If you were to have that bet in your pocket, gives you a very short and easier runway for Clemson to get off to a good start in this game. Live bet SMU the other way on the money line. Now you got two pretty good plus money tickets there with the assertion that one of those at that point would cash. That's how I'd play it if I was in a jurisdiction like that. I'm just really surprised that this number, it was kind of pointed out as being wrong, and yet it hasn't really moved throughout the week.
Sure, a great opportunity. I think the scalp here, and that's what I think a lot of guys, if they are in that jurisdiction, are able to do here, is go ahead and take that SMU to miss plus price, and then try to in-game it with money line. Look, that's how you lock in profit, and that's what a lot of these pros do. Is able to get positions on both sides of the equations and still make money here. So. SMU, it's been a long time, Ben. I almost have the nostalgia where I want to watch the Pony Excess documentary, that great 30 for 30, one of the better ones. Sherwood Blunt, who was the big booster, of course, that led the boys, you have a payroll to meet. And SMU was NIL in like 1982 before anybody else was, seemingly. But now you don't get the death penalty for what they did back then.
The OG NIL team. Great documentary. Highly recommend. Yes, one of the good 30 for 30s out there as well. We will have more on the other side because Georgia and Texas, they're finally about to kick off in the next 5 minutes. And we'll preview our last mega college basketball showdown of the night on the other side here on Live Bet Saturday.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't, and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Cancel your timeshare now with a free call. 800-858-6811. 800-858-6811. 800-858-6811. That's 800-858-6811.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
This is the Lombardi line. The Falcons are getting 5.5 in Minnesota against the Vikings. Would you take the Dirty Birds in 5.5 on the road?
I think I would. I think I might take it in Brusso. I may take it. I think I would take the Falcons here because I don't think Minnesota's.
The Mahoning Valley Federals is the area's minor league football team. After only 2 years in existence and an appearance in the league playoff semifinal game, the Federals are looking to add Valley High School and college talent to help take the next step toward a league championship. For more information on how to become part of the Federals journey, go to Facebook at the Mahoning Valley Federals Developmental Football Team or contact General Manager John Galbraith at 330-540-1099. The Mahoning Valley Federals, honoring the football tradition in the Valley.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
Depending on your book, the total. And here we go, Wes. At least final 45 minutes of our show, we'll have to watch all the in-game angles on this. It's not nice that we get a full college basketball Saturday because it has really been a dud so far on the football side of things. While we wait for this game to kick off, what a great finish in Ann Arbor. And you got to think Michigan Wolverines come Monday will be in the top 25 as they've pulled off another tight Big Ten win. They knock off Iowa, hang on, win the game by 2, 85-83, although don't end up covering that game since they were laying 9.5.
Yeah, they don't. So Iowa does cover the second half, which we talked about. They were getting 5. Came back. Michigan got up double digits at one point here late, but a nice rally from Iowa. That's the thing about Iowa. Like, as an underdog, it doesn't seem like they're ever really out of a game because they can't really get stops, but they can make shots and, run a lot of good stuff offensively. So credit to Iowa. Very nice effort up there in Ann Arbor. And the Beta Theta Pies at Indiana University, very proud of their boy Dusty May. I think would much rather have him coaching his alma mater, as would I. But he's now up there at Michigan. He's got him off to a really good start and put together a portal class. Couple guys left over, and immediately goes in and beats Tom Izzo for a top end in-state recruit. So Michigan basketball, all of a sudden getting back to where it should be. Very good start. They'll get Cal and the Arkansas Razorbacks, who don't cover but do win over UTSA today, in the Garden on Tuesday night for the Jimmy V Classic.
B week, always some really good matchups, especially in the college basketball landscape there.
Yeah, before we get to that finals week, because is finals week this week or next week? Because sometimes you don't get a lot during the weeknights. I have no idea anymore.
We're both well removed. You a little more so than me. Finals were never a big. At University of Missouri Journalism School, finals were never really a thing. You were basically you were an intern working for your grade at the local NBC affiliate in Columbia, Missouri. You weren't going to class.
No. Yeah, look, Texas needs to go to school on hanging on to the ball there because a deflected pass caught, I believe, by Wisner, the running back here, deflected, caught by the receiver, and then he tried to run with it, fumbled it, and Quinn Ewers had to be Johnny on the spot there to go ahead and recover. So this is going to be third and semi-long for the Longhorns here, 3rd and 17 on their first drive of the game, or 3rd and 7, I should say.
Yeah, awfully fortunate there. After getting pinned in, they started their own 11-yard line. Not a good return on the opening kickoff. First pass complete to Matthew Golden for 6 yards, but then that near disaster on the second down play, the deflected pass caught, fumbled. Ewers picks it up 3rd and 7 here for Texas as they are now underway 3rd and 7 at their own 14, just a minute in here to this SEC title game, and we get a stoppage here before the 3rd down play. So while this game really just getting underway here, Wes, one more marquee college basketball game for us to break down tonight. Excited to watch this one as it should be a very good game from Seattle. Kentucky off to a 7-1 start. They just went down to Clemson. That was a team we talked about situationally earlier today. Clemson gets the upset win. They storm the court to stop the 7-0 streak for Kentucky under Mark Pope's first-year head coach. Gonzaga, they've won 2 straight after that pretty shocking overtime loss against West Virginia. And seeing the market really go in favor of Gonzaga here, I was very close to pulling the trigger at 4.5 when this got posted. Just doing some number crunching a little bit. Next thing I know, I look up and it was 6.5. So I missed the boat here, Wes. Anything you did with this game, which is now up to Gonzaga minus 6.5 at a lot of shops.
Not as of yet. On a neutral, like a true neutral, I would make this like 1.5. If you went equidistant between Spokane and Lexington and put them on a random court, I'd make Gonzaga minus 1.5. I gave 3 points for home court here just because there is a travel for Kentucky going to Seattle. And look, Cat fans, they go everywhere. I expect they'll be fair amount in the stands there at Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle. But my true number here, I make it 4.5, which was what the opener was, and now it's gone out to 6.5. I'm not sure yet. If it got to 7, I think I would have a little bit of interest in Kentucky, because I've been higher on Kentucky, even though I was against them the other night against Clemson. I've been higher on them a little bit in the market, because I think Mark Pope, a really good coach, and he got older players in the portal. Loses all those talented kids, all those Cal recruits that are going to be first-round draft picks. And it's like, oh, my God, what is Kentucky going to do? We're going to be horrible. And they've been anything but. They've been one of the better teams, I think, early in the country. But Clemson, look, I thought took them out of their actions, took away the dribble, did not give them a lot of catch and shoot opportunities. Look, Gonzaga, because they're going to make Kentucky try to start their offense a little further away from the basket, and these two coaches have matched against each other. Because remember, Mark Pope was at BYU, and then before that has played Few on several different occasions. I think Mark Pope, by the way, is 1-9 against Mark Few in his career. Gonzaga can score in the post, of course, with Graham Ike, if he stays out of foul trouble. And that's going to be a big key for him. He's going to have to stay out of foul trouble. But this Gonzaga team, Ben, they've got a lot of depth. And they've got a lot more depth, I think, than they had last year. So they've got size with EK. They also bring in Ben Gregg or Braden Huff. Now, those guys are more like stretch guys. Those guys aren't true posts, even though they can score at the basket. But this is a pretty darn deep team. They go about 9 deep. Khalif Battle, the Temple/Arkansas transfer, is now there. That gives them some scoring punch. So this is a Gonzaga team. I have them power rated top 5 in the country, and then Kentucky just a little bit below, maybe more toward the bottom of the top 10. But I thought Kentucky played better in the second half and made a little run, and Clemson just had to hang on. But I would need 7. If this gets to 7, I would certainly have, I think, a little piece of Kentucky, but it is 6.5 right now with some juice. So if this gets to 7, I'll be on the Wildcats. But as of now, staying out of it at the moment.
And a reminder for more of our best bets on college basketball, also for college football, NFL playoffs still to come. Last few weeks of the NFL regular season, special offer for you right now, $9.99 a month, $9.99 it is. Become a VSiN Pro subscriber. Check out everything that we do here at the network. Best bets, live programming, 19 hours a day, all of our betting guides, power ratings, and so much more. Go to VSiN.com/subscribe right now. Betting splits as well from DraftKings and Circa. Yeah, the Kentucky-Gonzaga game at 4.5, I was very tempted to lay, simply just because of the matchup where you're talking about a Gonzaga team that against opposing units that love to shoot the 3 ball, they've been really, really good. We saw it in the Baylor game to start the year, where Baylor came in. That's a high-volume 3-point shooting team. Gonzaga kind of had their way with them on the defensive end. Kentucky, their game has been looking for better interior shots. They're 10th in the country in 2-point percentage, but they've struggled. They're outside the top 60 shooting threes and still trying to find their identity a little bit. So, like the line you made, Wes, of this being 1.5 or so, I definitely feel like by the time we get to, say, February, if this game were a little bit later in the year, I would like Kentucky in that situation. And I don't want to pay the tax now that you're out to 6.5 here. But that's just for me where I don't like the matchup specifically when you've got a Gonzaga team so good at throttling down opposing three-point shooting. And a guy in Ryan Nembhard, who's one of the best assist guys in the country, does a great job distributing. The EK, Battle, Braden Huff trio all average over 13.5 points a game. So in Seattle especially, a good spot for Gonzaga.
No, and I think that's a good observation by you, because keep in mind, Kentucky, this is an all-portal new team. There are no returners from the Cal regime, so it takes time to develop a little bit of chemistry here. Meanwhile, Texas out of chemistry, by the way, on that first drive. Goes off the receiver, Bond's hands, right into Dalen Everett's hands for Georgia. So the first turnover of the game does go Georgia's way, as now Carson Beck and the offense do take the field. plus 1.5
Halfway through the power
with some
play.
juice right now
A
on
minute
Georgia.
left on
As I
it.
think
Spicer
they're going to be
across the
marked
way,
just short of
intercepted by
the
the
first
Jack.
down there,
Xavier
47.5
Veo
on
has
the
it.
in-play total.
And lately,
And what a weird sequence too. So we mentioned that tipped ball at the line that was caught and fumbled. The reason they stopped the third down play right after they went to review said it was actually incomplete. They said Matthew Gould never really had possession. 3rd and 4, Ewers to DeAndre Moore for 22 yards on a slant, then right back to Golden for 19. And you're thinking, wow, all right, Texas looks like, they're moving the ball really effectively. Had a 1st and 10 at the Georgia 42, but then Ewers sacked for a short loss. And then on 3rd and 9, that ball you kind of look at, was that on Ewers? Was that on Bond? Either way, when a ball hits the receiver's hands, you usually kind of say receiver is the one at fault there. And it's what we wondered about, Wes. Would the turnover bug that has kept opposing teams in games against Texas, would it bite the Longhorns? And it appears to have done so, at least on the opening drive.
Yeah, 4th and 1 here from their own 42. Georgia going to go for it, or maybe try to draw Texas offsides. Georgia, by the way, about 73% on 4th downs here, 16 for 22. And that's exactly what they were trying to do, is seeing if Texas would jump. Texas does not. So would expect Kirby takes a time out there that he's going to send the punting unit out there.
That wasn't so much a tush-push, West. That looked like Carson Beck trying to do the Cupid shuffle. What was that? Did he just think they were going to let the sea part for him and he could kind of crawl his way for a first down? You're in the SEC championship game. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, no timeout there. It was a delay of game. So Georgia going to punt here, cannot take advantage of the turnover.
Hey, good for the first half under, though. So you do.
Very good start for you, Mr. Wilson.
Whatever you do. All right, when we return, more in-game updates. Georgia, Texas, game of the day. It is underway. We'll also get our NFL previews for tomorrow here on Live Bet Saturday.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com. Elevate your swim game at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, featuring the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. 3 levels, 6 pools, and a 143-foot diagonal screen. It's 365 days of fun in the sun, with all sports, all seasons. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Book today at circalasvegas.com.
Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard share their knowledge of sports, gambling, and pop culture on Follow the Money at a New Time.
The guy can play football. Yep. And without him, we're talking about this team maybe being the worst one in the entire league.
This is Mario Andreg, and you know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad.